Wanting to be respectful of our members, of course, and all of our colleagues who are joined today. So, good morning. My name is Councillor Amber Morley, and I'm one of the city's deputy mayors and the chair of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee. I'm really honored to be chairing my first in-person meeting during Pride Month and Indigenous Peoples Month. The clerk has confirmed that we do have quorum, so I will call meeting 6 of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee to order and welcome everyone again. This meeting is being held in person and using the city's WebEx technology with members and staff connecting by video conference or calling in. Because we are meeting in person and remotely, we ask for your patience with any delays and technical issues. Members of the public can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I would like to remind all staff and invited participants who are joining the meeting remotely to keep your mics muted and your videos turned off unless you need to address the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to see the members as we debate and vote on the agenda items. Members, please keep your mics muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and keep your cameras on where possible. Thank you. If members wish to ask questions of staff or to speak, please make sure your video is on and raise your hand, or unmute your mic and indicate your intention to speak, and I'll pay attention to you all and make sure we have a speakers list and call on you as appropriate. When voting on an item or a motion, I would ask members to turn on your video and raise your hand to indicate your vote. If there's a recorded vote, I will ask you to state if you are in favor or opposed. Members, I want to remind you that although we are participating remotely and in person, we must still submit our motions in writing. The clerk staff are available at cabrac@toronto.ca to help with motions. And thank you to those who have already submitted their motions in advance. Although we are in different locations, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee acknowledges the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. June is a special month, and we get to honor, celebrate, and commemorate our water carriers, land defenders, and whole communities who affirm that sexuality and gender enliven our advocacy and lives in making a better world for everyone. At the city, we have policies and priorities that commit to ensuring that we continue to address gaps for people of African descent who have Indigenous lineage and/or are from two-spirited LGBTQ+ communities. We began this month with a pride flag raising at Nathan Phillips Square, and throughout last week raised the flag at all City of Toronto civic centers. On Friday, the city, in participation with LGBT Youth Line and Toronto Kiki Ballroom Alliance, launched Transcend TO, which was a one-day gathering and service provider fair for two-spirit, trans, and non-binary youth. Initiatives like this can make the difference for Black youth. It is also a model for other municipalities in an era where the rights of Black queer youth are being erased. It is also Indigenous Peoples Month, where we get to celebrate and learn more about Indigenous communities, including the history and living experiences of Afro-Indigenous peoples. While we celebrate, we also continue to remember and actively work towards addressing murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, and those that identify as 2S LGBTQ+. On June 20th and 21st, we will have an Indigenous Arts Festival and Namirez Powwow at Fort York. On the morning of the 21st, there will be a sunrise ceremony at 5:30 a.m., set your clocks, on Nathan Phillips Square, which will be followed by a breakfast and a self-guided tour through our Spirit Garden. The garden is an Indigenous cultural space which honors residential school survivors and all the children who were lost to the families and communities and Indigenous cultural traditions. I'm thankful that one of the ways we can frame these offerings is through that of recognition that the International Decade for People of African Descent continues to call us to do, where we continue to realize the full humanity of Black communities in Toronto and internationally. I will now turn it over to my Vice Chair, Lucina.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. My name is Lucina Rakotavao. I'm pleased to be here today, and apologies I cannot be in person. So I do wish to offer this African ancestral acknowledgement honoring our Afro-Indigenous and 2S LGBTQ+ ancestors who made our lives here possible. And so the City of Toronto acknowledges that all treaty peoples, including those who came here as settlers, as migrants either in this generation or in generations past, and those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. We pay tribute to our ancestors of African origin and descent.
Thank you so much, Lucina. So we will dive into our agenda, and starting off with confirmation of the minutes from our last meeting. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee of February 13th, 2025? Thank you so much, Walid. Good morning. Moved by Walid. All in favor? Show of hands. Thanks, everyone. That's carried. Before we get to the fulsome agenda, I'd like to suggest that we consider item CR 6.2, so our advancing action on the impact to action, final report on anti-Black racism in Toronto Police Services, presentation requests, to 11 a.m., a timed item, as we are expecting the OHRC to join us at that time and wanting to be able to have them speak in tandem. Everyone's good with that. I don't think we need a motion, right? We can just do that procedurally. Perfect. And then we'll consider the other 4 items on the agenda, starting with CR 6.1, upcoming changes impacting access to social infrastructure. So we'll begin with a presentation on this item. We'll then hear from any registered public speakers before moving back to committee for discussion. James Lapierre is our Deputy Chief of Staff in the City Manager's Office. He's here to give a presentation to the committee. Welcome, James. Good morning. Thanks for joining us, and the floor is yours when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just going to hand out hard copies for those that would like one, okay?
Perfect. Thank you. For members online, we are getting a hard copy of the presentation, but just note we will post it so you guys can have access as well.
Good morning again, everyone. Thank you so much for having me this morning. My name is James Lapierre, as was mentioned, Deputy Chief of Staff in the City Manager's Office, and very privileged and pleased to be here with you this morning presenting on this important topic of upcoming changes impacting access to social infrastructure in the City of Toronto. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide an overview of the upcoming changes regarding access to social infrastructure and to seek this committee's input on the city's community-focused communication plan related to these changes. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. In December 2024, City Council directed the City Manager to work closely with the City Solicitor and consult with key divisions, the Toronto Police Services, and other stakeholders, including conducting robust public consultation, and report back with a proposed bylaw focused on protecting certain vulnerable institutions by addressing impacts of demonstrations in consideration of charter protections. You see in front of you the council direction specifically that was put forward. And so when staff begun this work, we were very mindful about the needs, priorities, and interests to be considered. The city is committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of all residents while also respecting charter rights and freedoms. It was important to acknowledge that prohibiting peaceful gatherings, protests, or demonstrations, including any such activities that occur as part of labor union strikes, information pickets, and other related activities related to labor disputes were not part of the bylaw prohibitions. Next slide. To inform the development of the bylaw, staff undertook a multi-pronged public consultation approach that included an online survey, virtual public consultations, community-focused discussions. Extensive public consultations were conducted to gather diverse perspectives and ensure that the proposed bylaw amendment reflected the needs and concerns of various communities across Toronto. The public consultation period ran from March 17th through to May 1st. The nature of the subject matter of the public consultation required careful consideration of the most appropriate spaces and methods to facilitate safe and constructive consultations, henceforth the multi-pronged approach through various methods and means. The consultation approach also needed to prioritize inclusivity, safety, access, and privacy. So I do want to take a moment to acknowledge that the subject matter was complex and sensitive. As part of these consultations and discussions, we heard very deep concerns and strong frustration from the community. It was very important to ensure that council and the public heard the sentiments of this topic. And that's why all consultation and information related to the consultations was provided in the city staff report that was provided to council. This included themed summaries from each of the consultation methods, the consultant's full report, as well as dozens of verbatim comments that we were able to quote based on the feedback that we received. So from those consultations, the key themes that emerged were as follows. There was a polarization of opinion in terms of strong support, but also strong opposition to a potential proposed bylaw. There were great concerns about the potential infringement of rights that were protected under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. There was some support, of course, for demonstrations in Toronto. The ability for the city to explore and utilize other existing enforcement tools to address concerns about demonstration was also highlighted across the consultation methods. And there was a lack of clarity about the definition of vulnerable institutions. And in the council direction, it did speak to the term vulnerable institutions, and many of the consultations indicated that people were vulnerable, not places. And so we were adamant to reflect that in our feedback as well. So through directed engagement with Indigenous, Black, and community-deserving residents and communities, we received feedback expressing the critical importance of demonstrations in the way that people go about expressing their democratic rights in the city, and the potential negative impact on freedom of expression and civil engagement. So as a result of the consultation across those various methods and means, as well as working closely with our internal divisions, stakeholders, and the city solicitor, in May, staff reported back to council with a proposed bylaw amendment. And at the council meeting, as many of you, I'm sure, tuned in for, on May 22nd, council voted on several amendments to the staff proposed bylaw and adopted an amended bylaw which amends the city's streets and sidewalks bylaw. And this now includes an article on access to social infrastructure, which will come into force on July 2nd of this year. So what does the amended bylaw include? The amended bylaw includes several parameters and conditions that are defined, that define its application. An access area would prohibit specific behaviors on city property preventing access to social infrastructure. These prohibited behaviors are outlined in the appendix of this presentation. There's a few that are outlined that you can go through in the back end of the presentation. Secondly, under the bylaw, social infrastructure is now defined as childcare centers, places of worship, or schools. If an access area is deemed in one of those to one of those social infrastructures, It would cover any city property that is within 50 meters of that particular social infrastructure. An access area is established by method of request, and the social infrastructure owner must attest that they reasonably believe that a prohibited activity may occur on city property within the prescribed distance of the access area. The access area, once denoted for that particular location, would be in effect for a 1-year term. Finally, an established access area does not prohibit, again, peaceful gatherings, nor does it prohibit any activities that occur as part of a labor union strike, information pickets, or activities related to a labor dispute. Speaking about moving forward into implementation, since the adoption of the amended bylaw by council, staff have been working on various implementation activities for the administration of the bylaw for it coming into effect on July 2nd. A key area of focus for the implementation is a public education and communication plan. This plan intends to ensure that the public is aware of and understands the new regulations coming into effect. Communication about the new access area bylaw is not intended to be a one-time event. Rather, it is being planned as an ongoing activity that will continue during the early stages of the bylaw's implementation to facilitate the best outcomes possible. The input of this committee today will help inform that communication plan, and it will be important to informing a robust communication education plan that meets the needs of Toronto's diverse communities. So in particular, our objective today is to have a little bit of a discussion with you about your input and feedback on this communication education plan. So specifically, we're asking the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee for input that will support specific communications with Black Torontonians and Black communities as a result. So there are a few questions on this slide that I'll read out and then turn it back to the chairs to facilitate the discussion. And I'm happy to answer questions as well through that methodology. The questions today are really open-ended. What is the best way to communicate with and reach communities? What types of information about the bylaw would be of most interest and helpful for communities? And are there any other considerations that we need to consider or think about as we move into implementation and communicating and receiving input from the community? So with that, I'll pause there and turn it back to the chairs for hopefully a little bit of a discussion. I know that's probably a little bit atypical for a committee, but hopefully we can be engaged today.
Absolutely, and we're grateful for the presentation, and thanks for joining us, James. We do have a number of registered speakers on this item, so we're going to go ahead and pause before we open up to the committee discussion and questions. We will hear from our deputants, so we'll just ask you to hang tight, and we'll have you back to join us for that open discussion once we take it into committee. With that, we do have 6 registered speakers on this item. We will get started with Callum Houston from Harm Reduction Advocacy Collective. We'll just see if Callum is with us in person or online. No Callum yet. Okay, we'll come back to Callum. The next registered speaker we have is Gisela McKay from Orange Hats. Is Gisela here in person? Online? Perfect. Welcome, Gisela. We're glad to have you join us. We'll just ask you to unmute and pop on video if you're able, and we'll get your 5 minutes started as soon as we hear or see you. There you are. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. You've got 5 minutes. Please start when you're ready.
Okay. I have a quick statement about the other business. So I'm Gisela, and I'm probably one of the most consistently visible Black people at protests in the city because I'm with Orange Hats and we're the legal observers. We cover the gamut of progressive protests. So what is legal observing, you might ask? Well, we're the people that stand at the edge of protests, watching interactions between the police and protesters. We provide legal support for those who have been arrested and legal information for those who are planning to protest. So while Orange Hats is new, we started at the start of this year, we were the legal observers, the former team of legal observers for the Movement Defense Committee of the Law Union of Ontario. So I've been personally legal observing for almost a decade, and I've observed a lot of police interactions and have a great many stories of police brutality and malfeasance at protests. Some of it is even personal. So the Ontario Human Rights Commission has, and I quote, found systemic racial discrimination, racial profiling, and anti-Black racism across the spectrum of interactions with the TPS. That is across the spectrum of interactions with the TPS, which is a hell of a statement. And these are the people you want to give more power to. The one thing that doesn't immediately spring to mind, but is covered by that statement, are the people who are seeking help from the police. So one of the first things we do during our trainings is to explain to people that police violence is meted out very differently based on who is protesting. And that's both in terms of the type of protest and the individuals at the same protest. So who gets targeted for police violence is very different. And I was there when police attacked Black and Indigenous people for daring to protest the death of Regis Korchinski-Paquette. I was there a month ago and saw when a staff sergeant shoved a man, a Black man, full force into the railing outside of Old City Hall, that railing that bruised his back and shoulders, and that railing was what stopped him from falling backward and hitting his head and becoming killed, permanently injured or killed. That was at a Sudanese solidarity action, by the way. So it was mostly Black people. And I was most definitely there 2 summers ago when a white racist threw a can of white paint at me. And then I was ignored by the police in favor of arresting 2 unrelated people, one of whom was an Indigenous youth. And that was at an Indigenous Search the Landfill solidarity action. And I should mention that those arrests came at the behest of the man who threw the paint. So police do not keep us safe. In fact, they make many of us very unsafe. This bylaw went against the overwhelming expressed wishes of the people of the city. And I will close with another quote from the cover of the Know Your Rights handouts that we distribute at all protests or community events. It is also from the Human Rights Commission, and it reads that the Ontario Human Rights Commission remains concerned that there is no effective mechanism to hold police accountable for systemic racism. But I would maintain that there is no effective mechanism to hold the police accountable for anything, and there is no effective mechanism for holding any system in this city accountable for systemic racism. Thank you.
Thanks, Giselle. I appreciate you joining us today and sharing your experiences and your perspectives. It's really, really exactly what we're here for, is to have these conversations and hold this space. So thanks for stepping into it and joining us with that feedback. The next deputant on this item is...
Excuse me, could we ask?
Oh, sorry, questions of the deputant. Thank you. Sorry, it's still my first time in person.
You're doing great.
Giselle, if you could jump back on video for us, perfect, thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Waleed, go ahead, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Amber Molly. Gisela, thank you for sharing your truth, your experiences with us. We are paying attention to what's going on. And I just want to thank you for taking the time this morning to speak to us. You cited a lot of concerns that were raised by the Ontario Human Rights Commission. This is my question to you. Do you think that the city should be consulting the Ontario Human Rights Commission before passing bylaws that could infringe on our civil liberties and our human rights? And if so, how could CABRAC support that important conversation?
I 100% think you should be listening to what they're saying because it's been consistent over years. They're telling you that the police are violent. They're telling you that the police target Black and Indigenous people. They're telling you that basically this bylaw is going to be implemented unevenly. It just is. Every law, the hate crimes law, who did it get used against? Does it get used against actual racists? No, it gets used against us. So yeah, you should definitely be consulting, and you should listen.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Waleed. Any other members with questions for this deputant? And apologies if anyone's online, if you can unmute and just speak up. Seeing none. Thanks again, Gisela. We're grateful for your voice at the table. The next deputant we have on the table on the list here is Andrea Babington from Toronto and York Region Labor Council. I don't see Andrea in the room. Andrea, are you online? Not online. Okay, we'll try to come back to you. We'll get to the next deputant listed here is Jessica Kirk from Wild Seed Center for Art and Activism. Welcome, Jessica. Thank you. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready.
Is this on? Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Jess Kirk. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a cultural worker, community organizer, curator, writer, and executive director of the Wild Seed Center for Art and Activism. Wild Seed Center is a 10,000 square foot Black art space in downtown Toronto, and our focuses are threefold. We offer artistic and educational programs, we deliver community services, and provide equitable access to bookable space. I'm here today on behalf of Wild Seed Center, as well as a member of the Coalition for Charter Rights and Freedoms, which comprises of organizations that rely on charter rights and freedoms to advocate for in the public interest for social justice and change. Over the past few months, the center, this coalition, a range of activist groups, Black-led organizations, and the general public grew activated by the council's decision to direct the city manager's office to produce a bubble bylaw, since it raises glaring concerns of violating both Canadian charter rights and freedoms and the international right to peaceful assembly. What's more, the city's consultative process to develop the proposal has been an absolute insult to its citizens. Throughout its intake period, a number of organizations and community members have raised concerns about the survey's validity, its objectivity, and its framing. Not only has the city failed to collect postal codes in the survey, in-person consultations were also strictly facilitated through invitation or direct request to the CMO. During the city's virtual consultations, attendees were also overwhelmingly opposed to the bylaw. Yet here we are discussing its implementation only after being approved by City Council, many of whose constituents were vocally resistant to the bylaw. If the CMO placed such strong value on consulting with marginalized groups, I'm still unclear as to what the usefulness of bringing it forward to a specialty group is following its approval. The irony of discussing the bylaw here is that if it had been in existence 9 years ago, BLMTO, the members of whom actually co-founded the Wild Seed Center, would have been at risk of whatever penalty the bylaw is subject to have issued to citizens in violation. While organizing in response to the killing of Andrew Loku by the Toronto police, CABRAC quite literally would not have existed or would not exist without the right to protest across the city of Toronto. During the 15-day encampment outside the Toronto Police Headquarters I mentioned above, I was also involved in activism, primarily student activism across the University of Toronto's grounds. Had this bubble bylaw been in effect at the time, I would have also been personally at risk of the city's penalty while advocating for greater access to public transportation in Scarborough, better social protections for survivors of sexual assault, and justice for victims of police violence. Relatedly, while carve-outs have been made for resolving labor disputes, as mentioned by James earlier today, no attention has been paid to student protections to protest on campus grounds. So in its current configuration, the entirety of York University and the University of Toronto Scarborough, will be considered a bubble bylaw zone. According to Statistics Canada, tourism to the United States has plummeted this year, largely due to increased border surveillance and security amid Trump's return to presidency. During peak summer months, airline bookings are roughly 70% lower than they were this time a year ago. The Canadian Association of University Teachers has even warned its members not to against or to avoid non-essential travel to the United States. And this relates to the bubble bylaw because it serves as a warning signal. Even carve-outs and exceptions baked into its configuration, even with all of these measures in place, evidence demonstrates that the mere perception of risk limits free and legal movement, which is in and of itself, an infringement on constitutional rights. Still, for those of us with lifelong commitments to the multiplicity of resistance work, we'll continue to protest, we'll continue to demonstrate. Black activists, Black artists, space users of the Wild Seed Center, and other people of conscience refuse to allow any bylaw to limit our movement while building and sustaining movements for social change. Thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing your experiences and your perspectives, Jessica. Any questions from the membership for Jessica? And again,
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Amayire, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. You'll have to correct me, but please do go ahead. You got 5 minutes.
That's right. Thank you so much, Kali, for that wonderful presentation. I loved your statement that the passing of this bylaw was an absolute insult of the citizens of City of Toronto. But I also feel that it is also an insult to this committee to come and seek for, a communication and education plan on this bylaw when actually the committee was not involved or was not, reached out for consultation during the consultation process. So, Kari, do you think the city is perpetuating discrimination and lack of inclusion?
Thank you, Dr. Amayire. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
That's right.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for your question. I agree. I think that it's an absolute insult to not only constituents, but also members of this committee to come after the fact to kind of talk through public, communication plans for the city to sort of clean up the mess that they've left for all of us to sort of reckon with. I believe that it is not only an infringement to constitutional rights, charter rights and freedoms, but also there's international law in place to kind of support demonstration and protest across the board and around the world. And so this is an absolute infringement on both of those sets of sort of legal, parameters that folks are supposed to work within and support and uphold. And I agree. I think that it's also a violation of, it's racist, it's anti-Black, it's anti-Indigenous, it's anti, a lot of things. Yeah, that's all I'll say to his question.
Thanks, Jessica. Any follow-up questions? There's a couple of minutes left here on the clock. Or anyone else wants to jump in? Queen, I see you. Do you have a question for the deputant?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your presentation, and you essentially said what a lot of us are feeling here on the Cabaret Committee.
Thanks so much, Queen.
In the room, we have Waleed. Go ahead, Waleed.
Thank you, Jessica. It's nice seeing you again. And thank you for the great work that you do supporting our communities. One of the things that stood out with what you said was that protests will not be permissible in many spaces, including college campuses, universities, all the change that we've experienced over the past decades, if not, since Black Lives Matter existed, will have not occurred if this bylaw existed then. So this is an infringement on the right to protest, the right to freedom of expression. I'm going to ask this question to our good friends from the city later on, but in your opinion, do you think there was any consultation to student groups, student unions, labor organizations, any community groups? Do you think that consultation should have been done better? Or do you think that even if there was a consultation, a decision was already made, and this was just an exercise of public relations to say we were listening? So I'd love to get your honest opinion on that, because it's a pretty serious bylaw, and its implications are going to be widespread.
I do. So Wild Seed Center was contacted by the CMO asking this whole conversation that I sort of worked into my speaking notes around invite-only consultations. Like, we were personally, or I guess like organizationally, invited to be involved in some sort of consultative process. And while those conversations were occurring, there were no sort of public engagements on in-person consultations. And so my perspective and our organizational perspective is that it was a really tokenistic decision on the city's part. The decision had already been made that there would be a bylaw that was going to be proposed and presented to the floor, and so it didn't really it felt like a waste of our time and a slap in the face to be engaged and involved in an invite-only process in the way that they sort of carved things out. And like I said, there had been a lot of public discussion, and even in the spaces facilitated by the city through these virtual consultative processes, the questions around whether or not this bylaw should even exist or be put forward, the responses to those questions were overwhelmingly opposed to the creation of this bylaw. So I'm again, like I think that I know that protests will continue to happen. We know as people of conscience that protesting and demonstrating is a human right, and that won't stop. It's just, again, a really huge violation of a lot of sets of sort of like laws in place, but also just a slap in the face to Black communities and communities of conscience.
CABRAC was not consulted formally in the development of this bylaw. We were informed, and we were asked today to give feedback on how we can communicate to Black communities about this bylaw. Do you think it's appropriate for such a path, for such a sort of hey, you know what, CABRAC has a mandate, we're gonna ignore that mandate for now, and we're gonna make a decision and then tell you that we need your support and advice on how to implement it. Do you believe that CABRAC should have been part of the discussion from day one to talk about how this bylaw will impact Black communities in the city of Toronto?
Yeah, I mean, the committee I'm sure that the committee has the power to decide what level of engagement they actually want to take up with respect to the questions that James put forward. Like, how do we talk to Black people about what is going to be happening? How do we, what information is most useful or important to share with communities? Like, you folks can decide if you actually want to meaningfully engage with it, if you think that it's, time well spent. But I think that the approaches taken around the creation of this bylaw were not appropriate, just not appropriate. And again, there's a lot of legal grounds for the approaches that the city is taking to the creation of this bylaw. I cited, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as well as international law that this violates. And so there's a lot more cleaning up that the city will have to do in response to the approval of this bylaw. But yeah, I also think that it's a little bit of it's pretty anti-Black to be bringing these questions to the floor for you folks to sort of reckon with.
Thank you.
Thanks, Waleed, and thank you, Jessica. Any other questions from members? Yeah, May, go ahead.
Hi, it's more so just a comment, but after everything you said, I just wanted to say thank you. And specifically, you said a part that, without protest, there would not even be a committee such as this. So taking in the work that we do, that this bylaw is stopping this kind of work that we're doing today. So I just wanted to point that out, and thank you.
Thanks, May.
Thank you, May. Thank you again, Jessica. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us. We have 2 more registered speakers, and then we'll go back to call on those who didn't get a chance to speak yet, if they've been able to jump online. Miguel Avila Velarde, we have you next. Thank you, Miguel. When you're ready, you'll have 5.
One sec. Good morning. Thanks for allowing me to speak on this topic of confronting anti-Black racism in the city of Toronto. I'm here as an ally to provide solidarity with this group because I am one of the participants during the consultation process who said no to this bylaw. And that was the sentiment shared by so many people in the consultations. And unfortunately, city councilors at the meeting, last city council, they choose to ignore the sentiment of the people that say this bylaw is an infringement on our civil liberties and our freedoms. As a 15-year-old protester of the city of Toronto, they call me the professional protester. So to me, I feel that this was not necessary. It was not necessary to go too far to cut our voices, our rights to talk, to speak, to share our feelings, to critique our government if they're doing wrong. And I'm just also troubled by other governments of levels of government that are thinking about implementing several legislations in relation to bubble zones at the provincial level, at the federal level. I think Toronto should not get involved in this business. Why don't we let them do the dirty work? I will advise the city to listen to the city solicitor and release the comments made by the city solicitor that were not available to residents of Toronto. And the city of Toronto has an obligation to be open and transparent with the residents of Toronto. So we are here now invited to give our opinion on a bylaw that has been already unjustly passed by City Council. I applaud those members of City Council that say, no, I disagree with this. And I'm so sorry for those councilors who voted yes. I'm sure when the election comes in 2026, a lot of people, they're gonna take their jobs. So it's troubling that our rights and freedoms across this country are being reduced. And my communication that I will give to the communities, fight back. Don't be afraid. We have been before in these situations. When I started in 1991, my advocacy work as police accountability, we have TABIS. TABIS at the time was criminalizing everybody in Toronto community housing and city streets. And what happened? We were able to defeat that unfair practice of the Toronto police. And here we are, requesting the police to come. We don't know whether those bubble zones are gonna be. It's so complex, it's so difficult to understand the logic of the city councilors who voted yes. I think they have hidden agendas.
Sorry,
That
Miguel.
I'm willing to say it in public.
I just want to keep you on track here because we do want to hear your comments specific to the implementation, right? We can't go back, unfortunately, and we are where we are today. So I know there's a lot of important work ahead, and I just want to center us on the item at hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Moni, for keeping me on track. Let's talk to the Ontario Human Rights, just like Waleed mentioned, and other members of the committee and deputies. They prefer to find the guidance of the Ontario Human Rights in this matter. So that's the way to move forward, and hopefully a motion is made today. Thank you so much for your time. I hope.
Thank you, Miguel. We appreciate your advocacy and solidarity. Appreciate your voice, and we'll open to questions from the floor. Waleed has one. Go ahead, Waleed.
Miguel, thank you for joining us. You are a well-known personality at City Hall. but you're also a well-known personality on the streets. You've been to a lot of demonstrations, a lot of protests. And protests are critically important in an open and democratic society. It's how you and I and folks who are seeking change can demand so. It's a way to educate folks. It's a way to make sure that those who have the responsibility to govern understand the challenges. You talked about those members of council that supported this bylaw. One of them is Mayor Olivia Chow, who is also the founder for the Institute, one of the founders for the Institute for Change Leaders. So my question to you is, what advice would you give the mayor who's in support of this bylaw? How can we move forward if this bylaw is going to be implemented started July 2025?
My advice to the mayor is to seek the deep inside her archive of experience as an activist and look that this law is not a fair law for indigenous, Black people, and I'm sure there will be some legal challenges before July, the implementation of this bylaw. And I hope that Olivia Chow can do the right thing to say, I made a mistake. I supported an unfair law, that I was pressured, maybe I was pressured to vote yes, because we live in a geopolitical turmoil where issues like Gaza, issues like indigenous rights right now are hot items on the newspapers and social media. So I do hope Olivia Chow have a second sober consideration of this matter, and she hopefully see the lights at the end of the tunnel, that she needs to vote against this in the second round.
Thank you.
Thanks, Waleed. Thank you, Miguel. Any other questions from members on the floor? Looking online, if there's anybody who wants to unmute and jump in with a question. I'll just remind us, unfortunately, I see you, Karis. If I pronounced that correctly this time, please correct me if I did not. Awesome. I will just remind us that we have unfortunately already moved forward. No, let me rephrase. City Council has already passed this bylaw, right? So I do want to remind members as well as deputants that we're not here to talk about whether or not yes or no to the bylaw. Obviously, we've got a lot of work to do together as a committee on implementation and how the city moves through that process. And so I just want us to stay grounded in that reality of this process. But Karis, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay. I was just looking up to see who voted yes and no. And I note that it seems as if the mayor did not vote yes. But then when I look further at the second vote, the mayor did vote yes. So I was just gonna say, I don't think she voted yes, but I'm going to, go with what I see, that she actually did vote yes.
Thanks, Karis. Yes, and I think that was a question of clarification potentially for Miguel. There were a number of amendments to the motion, and so sometimes that can make it overall, a little bit complicated to follow. But typically, for folks watching online and for members' information, of course, after a series of potential amendments on an item, there will be a final vote on the item, and that's where you can often look to see which way an individual elected official voted on a particular item. So thank you for bringing that forward, Karis. And I'm gonna call, we've got Bouvier Duquesne, sorry if I'm butchering your name. Bouvier, if you are with us online. Yes, okay, wonderful. We'll just ask you to unmute yourself. And you've got 5 minutes to speak with us about the upcoming changes impacting access to social infrastructure. When you're ready.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say hi to everybody and thank you guys, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee for your hard work and due diligence. I would like to address the implementation of the new bubble zone laws and its, I guess, the potential use for its abuse and its effect on the racial implications that it has. This tool is potentially a tool that can be used to discriminate against the people of the city. We've seen where carding and other bylaws and laws have disproportionately affected Black and Indigenous communities. This tool is also detrimental against unions organizing for labor purposes and will affect potentially those areas. Once again, this bill puts property over people and is being, I feel, used as a political tool. Questions I have and our community have is who will get warnings and who will get fined. Things like how the fines say up to $5,000, but who determines how much of a fine each individual gets? Predominantly, these bylaws and fines are used against poor people who can't afford them, and will put a silencing tone over political protests on our streets. This law has been has been used against First Nations, the LGBT, Black Lives Matters, the Muslim community, and now is potentially and possibly can be used as a tool to discriminate against the Palestinian community. I think that there's farther implications more than just our freedoms, but there's implications of racism behind these laws. And I think that we should be investigating those further. And that is the end of my deposition. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bovier, for joining us and for sharing. Any questions from the members for this deputant? Seeing none in the room, just want to give a quick moment online if anybody online would like to ask a question. No, thank you. I will be taking forward actually some of those questions around penalties and who makes those choices, Bovier, to staff. So I appreciate you flagging that. It's also on my mind. And we'll try to get some clarification here today. Thank you. We are going to go back to the top of our list just to call on Callum Houston, see if Callum has joined online. Nope, sorry, Callum, you missed your turn. And Andrea Babington was the last speaker on the list for this item. We don't have Andrea online either. Okay, that does complete the list of speakers on this item. And so we can take it back into committee and open with questions before we move to any motions or remarks. So we'll invite James, well, you can sit there or you come to join us back at the table. Glad to have you for these questions. And in terms of questions, members with questions, can you just indicate your hand so I can make a little speakers list? Yep, sorry, I can't read your name, love. Halimo, thank you so much. We'll start with you, as well as Waleed. Anybody else? Not yet, okay. And online, I see, yep, William and Queen. Okay, perfect. So I'll call on you as we go. If you can just bear with me for a second, we'll start with Halima. Go ahead, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Deputy Chief of Staff, for your presentation. My question relates to your second discussion question: what types of information about the bylaw would be of most interest and helpful for communities? To provide some context for everyone, at the May 22nd, 2025 City Council meeting, Councillor Gord Perks introduced a motion for the City of Toronto to waive its solicitor-client privilege and authorize the public release of the city solicitor's confidential attachment to the city manager's report of recommendations. This report relates to the defensibility of the bylaw against the Charter of Rights and Freedom challenge, a piece of information that I would argue would be very important and helpful to community members, as mentioned by community member and activist Miguel today. So this motion did not pass by a vote of 13 to 12 against the release. So my question to you is, why was the legal opinion concerning the constitutionality of the updated bubble bylaw withheld from public release, despite the city solicitor's acknowledgement that its disclosure poses no legal harm? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I think as you rightly described, the political process was that that motion was put forward by a member of council, voted on by council in totality, and the results of that vote then dictate whether or not that information is released. So it's out of the staff's hands in terms of our ability to do that once the council procedure is complete. And so that's where we're at today, is that once that's completed by council, then it can only be reopened by council. It's not a staff decision at that point.
Maybe I just have a quick follow-up. So maybe if you can speak to providing some clarification on some of the reasons why it was voted against, if you can.
I wouldn't be able to,
Okay.
sorry. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's always tough to get into the minds of politicians and what the factors are, but thank you for those questions, Salima. And of course, take your time. You've always got 5 minutes at a time, so no rush. Next, I have May. Did you have some questions, May? Go ahead, you've got 5 minutes.
Hi. My question is actually about the second question as well, because it seems like in this whole process with the bylaw passing that there was a lot of lack of transparency and honesty when it came into the communication. So now that this bylaw has passed, the type of information I think that needs to be out there is honest information. I think people should know how this infringes on their rights. So since this bylaw has passed and City Council has made that decision, I think the people of Toronto have the right to know how this is now going to honestly and truly affect them, how this is going to put them at risk of incarceration or fines or whatever. People need to know the risks that they're going to be dealing with now that this bylaw is passed.
And if I can make that a question, what are the penalties associated with this implementation? Thanks, May. Go ahead, James.
Thank you. So at risk of reading out the entire bylaw, I'll try and sum up maybe some key clarifying points. So to answer the question directly on what are the penalties, so as was described by one of the deputants and members, there is a potential of a fine of up to $5,000, but that's far after a number of processes take place. So if one of the prohibited behaviors is complained about within a prescribed access area, then our approach that was recommended and adopted by council is an education-first approach, as most bylaws are enforced. And so that means a bylaw officer would attend a scene, a site to educate that those prohibited behaviors are not allowed within that prescribed area before going to the full enforcement route. And again, that is a typical approach in most bylaws. If an education approach does not work, then enforcement would proceed with the ticketing related to that infraction. Then it goes through the court system in terms of that ticket being potentially being challenged and then upheld, should it be found to be upheld through the court system as well. So there's a number of processes there, but to be clear, we are going to be applying an education-first approach as we typically do. In terms of those prohibited behaviors, I think two clarifying points I'd want to make in respect of both this question and a previous discussion through the deputations and committee questions. One is that the prohibited, access areas that apply to the three categories of vulnerable institutions. With respect to schools, just to be clear, those are defined in the Education Act as primary and secondary schools only, so it does not apply to post-secondary education, educational institutions such as colleges and universities. So just to clarify that point. And again, in terms of the access area itself, that 50-meter distance applies only to prohibited behaviors that are described in the bylaw, not peaceful demonstrations. So to turn it another way around, if you are protesting peacefully within 50 meters of a prescribed access area, this bylaw does not address that. Similarly, as it pertains to labor union action as well.
I think that's a really important clarification and something I've just learned related to the schools and how the schools are affected. So I appreciate that dialogue and great question. Any follow-ups, May? Yeah, go ahead.
Just more clarification. So you said the fine could be up to $5,000. I'm wondering like how that would be structured. Would it be individuals attending protests? Would it be organizations, or is it just like all of the above? Like who and yeah. Subject.
So I can't speak to the bylaw process specifically, but the understanding is that it's ticketing per individual. That's against the, that's doing the infraction against the bylaw versus groups. Unless there's an organizer, I think in some cases where there's found to be, some organization that is, in itself acting against one of these prohibited activities, but I can't speak to that specifically. The other thing that's important, I think, as well is all of these activities and experiences are situational as well. And so going back to the education first approach, there could be 3 people, there could be 300 people. And I think, again, the situations will dictate how the measures are applied and ensuring that there's an approach that's appropriate for the situation at hand.
Thanks, James. All good. I'm going to move to Waleed with questions. Waleed, you've got 5 minutes.
I'll go after William. Is that okay?
Sure.
On the list?
I have Queen after William, and then I'm going to also go. So we'll get you after William. William, if you're ready, you can jump on in. And Lucine, I see you on screen. Can you just show up your hand if you have some questions as well? Yep. Okay, perfect. I'll put you on the list. Thank you. William, go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Molly. I have several questions, but I guess some of them have been talked about, like lack of transparency. But thank you so much, Deputy Chief of Staff. I just want to pose this question to you. Do you think that there is lack of transparency at the city? Because you are coming to this committee seeking support on how to implement communication and education plan for this bylaw. But you are aware that this committee was not consulted in the initial process. Do you get concerned that there is lack of transparency at the city? That is one. 2, with all these voices and the concerns, especially from this committee, do you feel that this bylaw should be stayed? Its implementation should be stayed? Thank you.
So I'm just going to give a quick reminder to all the members of the committee that the civil servants who are employed here at the city, they do work to implement the recommendations and direction of city council. So they cannot necessarily speak in opposition of a council direction because that's their job, is to implement it, right? So I just want for us all to kind of remain grounded in that while we navigate this very difficult conversation and the challenges, and nuance behind it. So I'm just going to put that on the table, and James will let you go ahead and speak for yourself, but I just wanted to share that thought with members. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I think the first thing I'll say to both questions is I hear you. I've heard very similar comments. Our team has heard very similar comments throughout the entire consultation process, which again, we've done our best to be transparent on what those sentiments were, as I mentioned, both in this presentation and throughout the documentation of that. With that said, coming to this committee, there's a couple of things related to the process. One is that we put together a robust, multi-pronged consultation approach based on all the available opportunities at the time that we had to work towards bringing forward a report to council. So working through that 7 weeks from March to May was an important time for us. The time preceding that, we were preparing all of those approaches. And just in recognition of this committee's schedule, there was not an opportunity in February to come at that time to consult on the bylaw development in and of itself. What we did from there was working with our internal divisional partners to understand what community groups should we be proactively outreaching to ensure that we had representation across multiple diverse communities, equity-deserving Black and Indigenous groups, but also, and another point of clarification from some of the conversation earlier, It was not just an invitation only. We did receive and respond to multiple requests for individual engagement sessions, either with particular groups or with larger groups that were convening membership on behalf of certain communities as well. And so, as was reflected in the report, we did consult with 70 organizations across 16 consultation sessions in total as well. So from a transparency perspective, could things be better? They always can, absolutely. Was there perhaps some missed opportunity? I think upon reflection, I would say there could have been probably more opportunity to consult should we had more time. We did the absolute best we could within the parameters that we had at the time.
Thank you, James, and I do appreciate you calling that out. I think for those of us who read the reports and the details, the opposition was very clear, I think, in that information as well. So thank you for bringing that forward. William, you've still got a couple of minutes. Do you have any follow-ups?
No, I'm good.
You're good.
And thank you, James, for clarifying that.
Thank you so much for those questions, William. Waleed, I've got you next. Go ahead, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, James. I'll actually start off with some remarks before I get into my questions. I just want to start off by saying this is a very controversial bylaw. It's known as the bubble bylaw. And we've heard from many members of our communities, specifically Black and racialized communities, about the implications of this bylaw. First, I just want to talk about the process. Despite the bylaw's obvious implications for protest rights, equity, and over-policing, CABRAC was not formally consulted. That's a point. That's a process challenge that I'm trying to grasp. This is a serious oversight given our mandate to advise council on confronting anti-Black racism and ensuring that policies align with the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism. Public consultations also revealed that the majority of respondents were opposed to the bylaw. Why then did we proceed without the input of equity-deserving communities or bodies like CABRAC, the Human Rights Office, or the Accountability Officer, the Ombudsperson? Second, the implications. Groups such as the Canadian Civil Liberties Association have warned that this bylaw risks violating charter rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. And once again, we must ask, who will be most disproportionately impacted? History shows and data shows that Black communities are often the first to be over-policed and the last to be heard when policies are enforced unevenly. There are existing legal tools to address harassment and hate speech. This bylaw does not address a gap. It creates a new threat to equity and civil liberties. Thirdly, the accountability vacuum. The bylaw imposes a fine of up to $5,000, but lacks an implementation plan, an equity impact analysis, and any clear mechanisms for oversight or data collection. This is not just a policy gap, it's a governance failure. I'm going to repeat it again, it's a governance failure. To that end, I'd like to direct the following questions to Mr. James Lapierre, and I hope I pronounced your last name properly, from the City Manager's Office. Firstly, has your office conducted or will it commit to conducting a formal equity impact analysis of bylaw CC 30.5 before the implementation on July the 2nd? What mechanisms will be in place to track enforcement outcomes, including the collection of disaggregated data by race, income, and geography? Why was CABRAC not engaged in the development of this bylaw, despite its direct relevance to our mandate? Will the City Manager Office support a temporary stay of the bylaw's implementation to allow for meaningful engagement with CABRAC, the Human Rights Office, and community organizations? What is the role of the Ombudsperson in this process? And will your office formally commit to involving that office in oversight and reporting? These are not rhetorical questions. They're essential for safeguarding human rights and public accountability in the implementation of any new enforcement regime. In conclusion, I want to urge my colleagues to consider adopting the following recommendations. We should.
Sorry, Waleed, I'm just going to stop you right there because you only have 5 minutes for questions, and we want to give James at least one of those minutes to answer, and then you'll have a chance to provide remarks
To Deputy Mayor
afterwards.
Morley, I'll
Thank
wait
you.
for some responses. Go ahead, James.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be as quick as I can. So just going in order, so there was an equity impact analysis done on the proposed bylaw that staff put forward to council. It is included in the staff report. Part of the process of now moving forward with implementation, that goes to one of your other question, which is the lack of an implementation plan. That is being developed based on the amended bylaw that council approved. So we can only do that in earnest once we know what parameters we're working with, and that's part and parcel of why I'm here today, is because I need your input on how to make sure that this bylaw is being implemented in a way that's going to consider many of the important elements that you've just discussed, such as a monitoring and implementation plan that accounts for some of those key areas of tracking that we're interested in understanding as well. As that plan is in development now, I can't speak to its finality and the details within it, but certain things like data points along the process are being looked at as to what's available, what gaps might there be, and how we can fill those gaps in terms of who's applying for access or requesting access areas, pardon me, and then what are the experiences on the ground with respect to that. As it pertains to again, why CABRAC was not engaged. I think I tried to answer that in the first instance, so just in the interest of time, that would be the same answer I would give to your question. I can't speak to, as the chair mentioned, request to stay the bylaw. It's not really in the staff's purview to be engaging in that type of direction or conversation. And then the last piece on the role of Ombudsman Toronto, certainly it is their role to inform the city when there are opportunities for improvement on the implementation or the actions of city staff in how we carry out our duties in a way that's in the public interest, and that would be after the bylaw is implemented, and if there are any opportunities for that to happen in that regard. They're not considered, they're arm's length from the city, so they wouldn't be involved in the actual development of a bylaw.
Thank you for that clarity. Just as a follow-up.
Sorry, you're just over time. So if you want to follow up, we're going to have to go to another round. I have 3 other members with questions. So we'll go to them. Hopefully they are asked and answered what you're thinking of, and then we can open up for remarks and motions. Next I have Queen, and then I'm going to go to Kathy, Lucina, myself, and then if we're in need of a second round, then we'll go ahead. Queen, the floor is yours. You've got 5 minutes.
Hey, thank you so much, Amber. To me, it's clear that this law disproportionately silences Black, Indigenous, and queer folks, as well as other marginalized communities. It's the very groups that this is most impacted by that would be protesting against harmful policies, and that would be most impacted by the police violence during these protests. But I just wanted to know, especially since it's been released recently that the city is currently being sued for $50 million with a class action lawsuit for denying Black refugees shelter beds. I was wondering if the city had considered the implications of class action lawsuits because of violating fundamental civil rights.
So generally, I'll say any legal opinion was included in the confidential staff report, and I can't comment on that. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Queen?
Just the lack of transparency is glaring. It's okay. I'm done.
Thanks, Queen. I appreciate the question. I know transparency is very important. It is also confidentiality, privacy, and risk assessments is something that, as an organization, is also a reality that we have to navigate. I will try to keep my commentary not happening. Sorry, I'm chairing. Kathy, the floor is yours. You've got 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for recognizing me and for this presentation as well. As it's been mentioned many times. Yeah, it is. It actually is on, okay, but but I will sit closer to it. So rather than relitigate what has been mentioned many times is that this bylaw has been passed, I want to address my questions in terms of how its implementation and what happens at this point. And so the City of Toronto has acknowledged that racism exists in policing, which was confirmed in the Impact to Action report by the Ontario Human Rights Commission. And so my question here then, and this is respect to what Jess had mentioned and Waleed as well, is what data will be collected to document the implementation of the Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw with respect to documenting and illuminating inequities in its implementation and anti-Black racism. So if you can be more specific, I know you gave a little high level saying that something will be collected, but what specifically are we looking at?
Yes, thank you. And I do understand, certainly wanting to hear more about that. And we are working on that. And I don't want to be cheeky about it, but what should we be looking for? And that was part of the questions that we're coming here to actually understand. And so while we can look at data, like, as I mentioned, what access areas are being designated, what infractions may be being applied in terms of, what groups or individuals may be ticketed, for example, based on the process that I described earlier, it may not even get to that point before the important information and data of relevance comes forward. And so what I mean by that is, what are the experiences of people even before they go out to demonstrate? Because we heard a lot of that in the public consultations of the quote unquote chilling effect of even the existence of this type of bylaw. And so it's maybe not about data after the fact, that it's how many people were prosecuted and had to pay a fine, but it's what's in between all of that, and how do we understand from community that experience, and then how do we educate and provide information, some of which I've been trying to share today, that will help people understand really what this bylaw prevents or prohibits and what it doesn't. And so again, I want to respectfully turn the question back to the group to say, what should we be collecting? And is it about data at a specific point, or is it about something else? And what comes to mind for me is, like, there could be engagement with legal clinics to understand, are you getting more interactions based on this bylaw? How can we understand the experiences of community through these different methods and touch points within community? And so that's what I want to hear from this committee about a little bit more of, is what are those blind spots and opportunities that we need to understand to bring forward. Now, we have a very professional, experienced team that's informing that. But certainly wanting to hear from folks that are representing many communities within this respect to improve on what our plan will be developed into.
If I might, do I have time to follow up? So thank you for that. My understanding of what you came here today to hear from us was, how do we communicate about this bylaw, rather than what questions or what data should we be collecting in order to show on the ground, both before protests occur as well as after protests occur, the disparate treatment of Black individuals, our Black communities. And that's actually important, because as many people have shared here, frustrations with the fact that we as a committee were asked to figure out how we can help the city explain something that we didn't agree with in the first place. And so we definitely would want to say, now, if it's moving forward, then, what information do we as a community want collected? And then what's going to be done with that information as we move forward? If this is just a one-year implementation plan, as you have outlined here, what do we need in order to be able to say that maybe this is not going to go forward in year number 2, and so based upon the data which is collected during this period of time? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kathy. I appreciate that, and appreciate you illuminating that. I know the specific questions that are highlighted in the discussion piece is more around the comms piece, and I appreciate the frustration there, but I do think other considerations is an open door. So thank you, James, for calling that out in terms of the data collection piece. I do think there's a lot of great expertise and insights that this group can share to ensure that we have a really crystal clear picture of the impacts of this, through implementation. So we'll get there. Next on the list for questions, I have Lucina. And Queen, I see you want to have a second round. I think there might be a desire for a second round, so we'll put that to the committee in a moment, but Lucina's got 5 minutes, and then I'm going to take 5 as well. Go ahead, Lucina.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Morley. So I just want to basically state that I think this is a very charged discussion, and what I'm hearing is that there's a lot of, I think, grief that's happening or that is being expressed and being felt, especially in my body. And so I'm feeling also very quite charged, and I do apologize if I kind of choke up on my words or kind of am jumbled in my questioning. But I think, one of the pieces that, was glaring to me throughout this entire development process was the urgency with which this bylaw came to be and was developed. And I understand that we can't necessarily speak against the bylaw at this point and its our opposition to the bylaw, but maybe some of that piece around like repairing and rebuilding transparency is understanding why the timeline was so rushed, understanding that there was only 1 month of consultation, understanding like why wasn't CABRAC consulted. And so I would also add to this, this broader question on timeline, why did the city manager release the report with engagement results? Why did they release that just the evening prior to city council meeting? Did city council members have the opportunity to read what community was saying, to understand that across most quantitative and qualitative measures, all community organizations, most community organizations and religious institutions actually oppose the bylaw? And so I guess that would be my first question, understanding like why was this timeline so rushed? My second question would be, as debated on the floor at City Council, there were quite a few changes and updates to, different city councilor motions on the floor. It was discussed at that time by the legal solicitor that this amended bylaw, as modified from the city manager's original sort of formulation, was no longer subject, or could potentially no longer be subject to the same legal rigor because they were introduced on the floor. So my question would be then, does the city now plan to get the solicitor involved in a second review of the defensibility of the bylaw against a charter rights, as it has been debated and accepted on the floor? My third question would be in regards to scale. So we know if we're mapping out all of these potential areas, these potential social infrastructure access areas, that will be covering close to 3,000 sites. And so what was repeatedly, I think sort of debated on the floor at City Council was, what are the anticipated resources that are going to be tied to this implementation? We know that TPS spent in excess of $1.6 million in their budget last year. Councillor Moyes, clearly stated this when he spoke at City Council. And so what would be really helpful to know is, what is the anticipated resourcing by TPS staff in particular, and understanding why certain councillors would vote to have that enforcement, because enforcement is not education. And we're saying that this is an education first approach. And so I need to understand, what are the anticipated resources, particularly from TPS, in enforcing the bylaw? My fourth question would be repair and retrust, because we're being asked today to weigh in on an equitable implementation and communication strategy. And I do find that it is, quite honestly, like a bit of a slap to the face while we're already down, given that we did have, some of us did have the opportunity to weigh in. Folks have weighed in different vehicles, different formats at different times, and repeatedly that information and that input is not being listened to. And so what does the city intend to do to actually repair and rebuild that trust, and believe that at this point of implementation, our input will have any, I guess, importance or value to how this is going to be implemented? And so I guess my question would be, what does the city plan to do differently in this communication and engagement strategy compared to the development phase? Thank you.
Thanks, Lucina.
Great, thank you. I'm going to keep track of all the questions, and hopefully if I miss anything, please let me know. So the urgency on the timelines, again, I think many of these questions are hitting into the political realm, and I'll answer to the best of my ability. As you probably heard on the floor of council over the course of the last several months, there are some folks that said this took too long, and others that said you didn't take long enough. And so we were following the direction that we were given in terms of the timeline to report back, but there were varying opinions on how long it should take to actually go out and develop this type of report and bylaw. With respect to the legal review, I'm not going to go into detail because I'm not on the legal team, but certainly as we prepare to implement any bylaw, we would need to understand from a legal perspective what impacts it may have. So the legal team would, as they would in any case, review what council's direction was and ensure that they understand its implications on the city. With respect to the 3,000 sites and the resources, so in the report we put out an estimate of what that cost could look like with respect to the early implementation without, of course, having been through that process, but based on other bylaw implementation and estimates based on that. And so the report does indicate that there could potentially be a need for about 12 full-time equivalent or full-time staff working on this in totality. And that's at a cost of $1.6 million, again, as an estimate. And then we've also noted in the financial implications that we anticipate the cost, again, of the first implementation communication and education plan to be roughly $200,000 to support the methods that we're proposing to be implemented on communication. And then with respect to repairing trust and throughout the implementation and so forth, again, hear you loud and clear on the feelings and experiences from the development to implementation. And again, this is why I'm here and our team is listening to what you have to say today about how we can ensure that we are supporting the communication and education through the various clarifications. And I mentioned a number of those that I think are important that we're all learning about here today, and we want to be able to do that across communities in Toronto as well. And of course, I've answered the question on what our limitations were in terms of engaging CABRAC leading into the development of the bylaw. So hopefully that question resonates as well. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Lucina. I know there was an interest expressed from both Queen and Willie for a second round. Is it the will of the body? Do you have some questions as well? Thank you. All right, George, we'll go to you. You haven't asked any questions yet. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Even me.
Thank you very much. To address my question, James, I was hoping to explore the possibility of an opportunity for future amendments to this bylaw. I know you can't directly comment on this right now, but sort of similar to how there is a demerit point system present in society, would there be an opportunity to look at a 3-strike system with this bylaw? Just because with the initial fine, as you mentioned, there is an education piece that there's a gap missing. So would there be an opportunity to explore a 3-strike system in order to give folks an opportunity to learn about this system and how it impacts them directly, but most importantly, giving them the opportunity to learn how this impacts them in that space, but then also doesn't directly give them a deficit when it comes to opportunities to freedom and expression. So my question is there an opportunity for future amendments or possible future amendments with this bylaw introducing a 3-strike system where the first system would be a warning, a second written letter or a warning of some sort, and then the final implementation would be a fine? Is there an opportunity to explore that in future case? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So again, these are political questions around the process of how council direction is developed and how the bylaw would be either dealt with in future. And so that's not something that staff can voluntarily put forward. That is a political process. With respect to your the intent of what you're recommending, again, through an educational approach in the enforcement phase, it is intended that if there are again situationally clear indications that people are not understanding the parameters within which the demonstration is occurring. As with most bylaws, the intent is to inform folks on what those limitations and constraints are with respect to the bylaw itself. And so, I can't speak to every potential scenario or so forth, but certainly that is what we proposed here and what has been in practice as well for, again, most bylaw implementations.
And just a quick follow-up to that. In future discussions with CABRAC, would there be an opportunity for us to present some sort of united front in how to further mitigate instances like this happening again? Because for most folks on the committee right now, there is a 2026 expiration for us on the committee. So just to make sure that we're on the same page of passing this forward and doesn't get sort of lost in by the wayside of coming back to this conversation, there's an opportunity for us to find some sort of middle ground to make sure that it doesn't get lost with future conversations.
If I can seek clarity on what you're referring to in terms of what you would be presenting on exactly, like the process in and of itself?
Not just the processing, but the opportunity to come together and discuss how the committee can be used, or how the committee can contribute to future conversations, just because we weren't consulted when it came to this particular bylaw being passed. And if there's an opportunity for us to avoid this in the future, how would that be made known to us or present to us before the expiration of folks on the committee, just because there's a term that is assigned to folks that join this committee as well. So what sort of, I don't want to say promise, but opportunity to discuss and have something in place to move forward with.
So I think I have two parts to answer that question. One is, I'll just reiterate the process of engagement for this particular bylaw development. The timing was not aligned with the window we had in order to develop it. Based on the schedule of the committee, to be able to come here in early February was not possible. Secondly, on the whole, if the committee did want to inform city staff or council on what is the methodologies or the opportunities to engage in robust engagement with Black individuals or Black communities in Toronto, I think that absolutely would be something that would be welcomed, at least from a staff perspective. We are in the city manager's office also leading on a public consultation approach that we're trying to always improve on. And so any additional community input and advice to how we engage with the public writ large is absolutely always welcome, regardless of the method or means we receive that information. But I know my colleague would like to speak to that as well.
Yeah, if I can just add, Deputy Mayor, through the Speaker, that as part of the regular work plan development for the CABRAC, there is an opportunity for us to, in the Q4 November meeting, discuss what are some of the policy processes coming up ahead in 2026 and opportunities for engagement.
Thank you, George. I appreciate those questions. I am just going to note for colleagues that we do have OHRC is here. It's a few minutes after 11 o'clock. Members are still going to get a round of to speak. So you've got 5 minutes. And so I'm just going to suggest maybe we forego a second round of questions and we include any sort of outstanding questions or takeaways for James and the team as part of our speaking remarks. And then we'll conclude with this item and move into the OHRC presentation. Is that?
Just a point of order. Could we do the OHRC item first and then return to this item? I just don't want this to be rushed. This is a very serious bylaw that has serious implications across the city of Toronto. And we did, at the beginning of the meeting, point that we will have it as a timed item from 11 to 12.
So we do have a bit of flexibility. So if it's really the will of the body, my preference is to complete this item because we're in the midst of it. We're having a great discussion. I think members are sort of hopefully ready to speak to their feedback on this. And James can take that away back to his team. I know there's some motions on the floor as well. So we'll take us another probably 30 minutes or so at least to work through this item. And then we can move through OHRC's presentation. We'll be here for a good amount of time, but I'll go to the will of the body. Would folks prefer to set this aside and come back to it or complete the item? I hear someone online. If you'd like to jump in, go ahead.
Honorable Molly, I think we should conclude this so that James goes back with our recommendations.
We've got lots of work for James to do. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that.
One thing I feel like I wouldn't have been engaged in this. I just feel like this committee is being used to rubber stamp. So we need James to take back our recommendations.
Okay, so I'll put it on the floor. All in favor of completing this item before we move to OHRC, if you could put a show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the fence. 5, 6. I think, is that? Yeah. And all opposed? Who wants to hear OHRC first and set this down? If you're opposed to that, please show of hands. Okay, I think we're going to proceed. So I'm going to
Ma'am, may I be, this is Patricia DeGea, Chief Commissioner of the Ontario Human Rights Commission. And I was very clear when I gave my response that we only have a small window of time and we're very happy to participate.
Okay.
But our time window is from 11 to 12. And if you do not hear us within that time, we'd have to appeal another session.
Okay.
So it's very, I'd appreciate it very much if you take that into consideration seriously.
Yeah, no, I absolutely appreciate that. And we know we've had some scheduling challenges to get you before the committee. So with that in mind, there's only 45 minutes for that item. Logically, it does make sense for us to set this down and to come back to it. So James, apologies, you'll be with us for a while longer. We are going to hold this item down, and we will return to speaking from members. So we'll get into that as soon as we return to this item. But with that said, we will be moving into the next item on the agenda. Okay. So for CR 6.2, advancing action on the impact to action final report on anti-Black racism in Toronto Police Services presentation requests. This item was deferred from a previous meeting, and Duby Kangisser, our Executive Director from the Toronto Police Services Board, is here to give a presentation to the committee. We also have Chief Commissioner Patricia Deguerre, thank you again, Patricia, our Acting Executive Director, Michael Harris, and Solicitor Roger Love from the Ontario Human Rights Commission, joining us virtually today to respond to any questions from the committee on the Impact to Action report. So we will begin with the presentation on this item from Mr. Kangisser from the TPSB, and we will then hear from any registered speakers before moving back to the committee, and that's what's up. Duby, you're up. Thank you so much. Please proceed. And yep, members, if we can ask that you do keep your cameras on as well for the duration of the meeting, so we just ensure we keep quorum while we move through the meeting. Thank you all so much. And Duby, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, committee members, Commissioner Deguerre, and Commission staff. Thank you also to Daniel Dowdy joining me here, as well as our service members joining me here to assist. My name is Duby Kangisser, pronouns he, him. I am the Executive Director of the Toronto Police Service Board. And Danielle, if I can ask you to share the presentation.
Sorry, I don't have sharing privileges. If someone could grant that to me, that'd be good.
Thanks, and as well, welcome. Danielle, apologies I didn't introduce you as well. I know the team will work on sharing permissions, so just keep an eye on it, and looks like you've got them, so go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm here to present our response to the CABRAC motion. We'll start off with a little bit of an explanatory note on the Toronto Police Service Board. The board, is a 7-member committee, or board, rather. You have the members in front of you. The chair currently is Councillor Shelley Carroll, Vice Chair Chris Brillinger, and as well as 2 councillors and 3 additional provincial appointees. Chris Brillinger, I should note, was appointed by City Council as a citizen appointee. Mr. Brillinger also served as the Executive Director of Social Development and Financial Administration for over a decade. You may be familiar with him. The Toronto Police Service Board is a civilian oversight body for the Toronto Police Service. The board sets policies, priorities, and approves the Toronto Police Service budget. The board is also responsible for hiring the Chief of Police, Deputy Chiefs, the Chief Transformation Officer, and the Chief Administrative Officer. The Chief, in turn, is responsible for operational decisions guided by the board's policies and directions. And the board's duties and responsibilities are outlined in the Community Safety and Policing Act of 2019, which came into force last year in April. And the separation between this policy side and operational side is an important and complex piece that we are constantly dealing with, and we're also dealing with in relation to the work that we are doing here. However, today I am speaking for both the board and the service. I'm here to talk about the motion that was passed here. The motion called on the board to present its existing anti-Black racism initiatives and the services initiatives. I should note the board as a board has not yet approved any direction regarding these recommendations, as staff, both from the board and from the service, develop an implementation plan in collaboration with the OHRC. So I'll go over a few initiatives. I'll start with a couple of board initiatives. In August of 2020, the board released 81 recommendations for policing reform. Several of these recommendations focused on working and consulting with CABR in regards to training initiatives and a variety of policies. The board is also very proud of the Memorandum of Understanding it has with Medenta Community Services through Mending a Crack in the Sky, which is a community group of passionate and dedicated Somali mothers who are working towards a goal of community safety and the eradication of gun and gang violence in the northwest part of Toronto. This MOU was a collaborative effort between the board, the service, and Medenta Community Services, and it has already had significant impact in building trust and achieving our goals with that community. I'll talk also about some service initiatives. The Toronto Police Service has launched 2 initiatives that specifically focus on understanding and eradicating anti-Black racism. First is the Centering Black Experience course, which aims to educate officers on the realities of Black Canadians. It aims to provide historical and cultural context to the challenges to police community interactions, and that is passed by our Toronto Police College to all members of the Toronto Police Service. The TPS Equity Strategy and the CABR Implementation Plan. The equity strategy was designed to build and foster an inclusive workplace, as well as to foster fairness and community safety. The strategy, which was developed following extensive community consultation, as well as an examination of over 20 past reports and 1,100 recommendations, includes a specific CABR implementation plan. Beyond those initiatives that are specifically on the issue of anti-Black racism, there are several initiatives that are meant to address systemic racism and discrimination and have had positive impacts on Black communities, and I will deal with a number of them. Focus Toronto. This is a multi-sector situation table. It seeks to connect community members with important social supports, particularly with respect to situations where there is elevated risk of acute trauma. 70% of focus referrals originate from the service, and this represents an effort by the service to transition these situations where it's not a criminal issue, but rather a societal issue, a mental health issues, to the appropriate organizations that can help through a wraparound approach to assist those individuals and those families. Our race-based data collection strategy. In 2019, the board approved a policy on race-based data collection, which was developed by our anti-racism advisory panel. The policy instructs the service to collect and analyze data focused on race and racial disparities, as well as how race intersects with other social identities such as gender, age, and mental health status to assess systemic racial disparities in policing outcomes. Data collected includes use of force, arrests, charges, releases, and mental health apprehensions. And these are reported to the board and publicly on a periodical basis. The Missing and Missed report. In 2021, Justice Gloria Epstein released a report called Missing and Missed, a report of the Independent Civilian Review into Missing Person Investigations. This report focused on missing person cases, particularly from the 2S LGBTQ+ and racialized communities. Her 151 recommendations to the service included a focus on addressing systemic discrimination, lack of trust and engagement, and the need for inclusive reform. The service is currently engaged and continues to implement these recommendations in consultation with community members. We are currently at approximately 60% of all recommendations implemented. And when I say implemented, I mean implemented as confirmed by a community-led body, not a service-led body, that review the implementation, review the reporting around it, and determine that the recommendations were fully implemented as intended. Know Your Rights. This was designed in partnership with the Police and Community Engagement Review Committee, which is known as PACER, to raise awareness in Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities about individual legal rights, as well as police officers' responsibilities during several types of engagements. This campaign highlighted police officers' responsibilities to ensure transparency and accountability in their engagement with the community. And again, this was done in collaboration with the community in its development, in its design, and its delivery. The Governance Equity Review Committee, the GERC, acts as a diverse, multidisciplinary assembly of subject matter experts engaged in the process of identifying issues or gaps in the language of TPS service governance, that is, our procedures, that could negatively impact marginalized communities and make necessary revisions to address and remove barriers. This is a proactive approach to look at services procedures on an ongoing basis and determine where there are these gaps and address them, again, proactively, and make sure that everything is looked at with through the lens of potential bias, including anti-Black racism. We have updated recruitment processes. Recruitment panels now include diverse perspectives to ensure fairness. Interview and promotion processes have been revised to eliminate bias and enhance transparency. And I can speak to some of that later on if there's an interest. This has also led to greater workplace diversity, significant increases in racial diversity among cadets and senior officers since 2020, since these efforts have started. In 2024, 47.3% of all our cadets were racialized, with a 23% increase in Black cadets representation from 2023. As of 2024, I believe 10% of our cadets were Black individuals. And finally, our neighborhood community officers, or NCOs. Those officers are assigned to City of Toronto neighborhoods to proactively engage with these communities through a variety of outreach programs, including community events, town halls, and crime prevention initiatives, youth engagement initiatives, and local food delivery programs. There are currently 220 NCOs in 56 of the city's neighborhoods. Now, before I conclude, I just want to thank again the OHRC for its thorough and collaborative inquiry into anti-Black racism within Toronto Police Service. We have taken these recommendations and the report very, very seriously, and we continue to study and try to understand the best way to implement these. The board and the service are committed to maintaining this spirit of collaboration, and our approach to implementing the recommendations will be consensus-based and will involve working with community members, the service, the board, and the OHRC together to achieve the best possible outcomes. I want to thank you for providing us with this opportunity to share the work that we are engaged in. Our board is constantly looking for ways to connect with members of the public, and to that end, I also want, in my conclusion, to share that we are currently engaged in community consultations for the board's strategic plan for policing in Toronto. We'd love to hear from members of this committee, and we'll work together through the CABER office to ensure that you're aware of opportunities to be involved as they arise. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has.
Thank you, Duby. We appreciate you joining us and sharing this presentation. Again, to colleagues from OHRC, we're grateful to have you here as well. So We do have 3 speakers on this item, registered speakers. So we will go ahead and hear from our speakers before we take it into committee. The first speaker that I have registered on this item is Bo from Black Lives Matata. Bo, you've got 5 minutes to speak to us on this item. If you're here and you can unmute.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for letting me speak on this item. Since the acknowledgement of the criminality of carding, which has been some 10 years from the Ontario Human Rights Commission, their statement back then was that this report against carding was actually 10 years in delay. So this has been 20 years. We've been trying to address just the incidents of carding as for one complaint. Much of the process of reforms in the policing between the Toronto Police Services and the Human Rights Commission has been slow and lethargic. And since our last meeting, just to show you how slowly this these matters are moving, there was calls for Black missing children since our last meeting, and also there was a white supremacist group about 3 weeks ago to a month ago at the CNE. These issues are exasperating even from within since our last meeting. These delays in justice are a form of neglect. Justice delayed is justice denied. The police have been cherry picking laws from the OPRD, or the Human Rights Commission's report. Just slightly over half of them have been adopted, and they haven't been full measured. There has been over policing and no substantial reparations or repairs to the damages already done to the community. Much of this creates a fear in the Black community and reparations outwards. It has the Black community afraid to participate in safety measures such as the vulnerable persons lists. There is a lack of reporting of racial crimes with lack of trust of the police. There's a lack of there's a lack of trust. There's hostility towards the policing community, and all of this punishes Black and racialized communities. The police have responded with a poor apology. Also, there's been no healing or a reconciliation for the Black community. Much of the damages have already been done, and we would like to see more engagement and movement. These things are taking far too long, and we'd like to see more direct action in the Black community. That's the end of my deputation. Thank you.
Thanks, Bo. I appreciate you joining us. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you again, Bo, for your voice on this. Miguel, you are up next. Our Doobie will invite you back to the table when we open up for questions shortly. And we've got Miguel. Following Miguel, we have Judith Norris as our final speaker before we bring it back into committee. Miguel, you've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
on the agenda, CR 6.2. I want to thank the presence of Mr. Ubi from the Toronto Police Services Board. I see him every month. I look forward to hear from other deputies and the conversation on this interesting topic of anti-Black racism at the Toronto Police Services. Well, I like to go back a little bit to the meeting of September 4, 2024, where it was discussed at the Economic and Community Development Committee for consideration. One of the recommendations made at the time, and it was turned down by members, is that to explore or hear from members of the Black community living in Toronto community housing and city agencies, where their experience in the living experience will help enhance this anti-Black racism at the Toronto Police Services, but also considering that Toronto Police certifies the Community Safety Unit or the TCAC Special Constables. So the Special Constables or the TCAC, there was information missing at this meeting that I need to bring it forward today because it's important. The CSU, the Community Safety Unit, was under review. And we found out in April 2025 that this is on the screen, by the way. The Community Safety Review has not yet come to the board for approval or discussion. If you see on the timeline, it says that the CSU review has consulted with members of the Black employees and Black CSU staff of the Toronto Community Housing. That's wonderful. I was going to ask the deputy of city mayor, the city manager, if members of the indigenous community have been consulted on the Community Safety Unit review. Apparently not. So if we are going to be able to, one day, who knows, in the future, to bring city agencies to share what are they doing in order to confront anti-Black racism in Toronto housing, for instance, in this example, it will be important that the review of the Community Safety Unit is incorporated. It's not yet, as I said again, it's not yet presented for final review at the board. It's still in draft form. I have asked for a copy of it. It hasn't not yet been released. But I wonder this item could come back in light of this new information, because back in September 2024, the councilor who made the motion rejected the idea of incorporating TCAC. So now with this new information, April 2025, I guess give us an opportunity to go back and say, all right, let's consider hearing from the special constables that are interacting with Black communities and in Toronto community housing and also indigenous peoples. And hopefully this item will be consulted with the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee of the City of Toronto. And those my 2 cents for today. And I hope this helps to understand that important information, even if it's late, is important to consider. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Miguel. Glad to have your voice on the table. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move to our final speaker on this item is Judith Norris. Was Judith with us online? Yep.
I am.
Great, we can hear you, Judith. I'm going to start your time. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to everyone here. I'm going to take anecdotal approach, just my lived experience, no stats. Um, so my name, I'll start with my name. My parents made a deliberate choice to anglicize my name. Um, because all over the world there is anti-black racism. One. Two, I was born in Canada when my parents came to Canada. And we lived in the GTA, mainly East Toronto, the Pape and Carlaw area, and then in Scarborough. Every summer, I would go and visit my cousins who lived the Jane and Lawrence, Jane and Finch area. While I lived at Pape and Carlaw, Donlands and Danforth, and eventually in Scarborough, I was never bothered by the police. However, because they were mixed neighborhoods. There was Caucasian, there was Black, there was of many nations, there was Filipino, there was South Asian, there was East Asian. Everyone lived in these communities. I was never bothered. My family was never bothered by the police in these areas. However, every summer when I went to visit my cousins who lived at Jane and Lawrence and Jane and Finch, without fail, when we were at the park, when we were walking around, the police would stop us um, and ask us what we're doing in a park. We're kids, we're playing. Like, what would kids be doing in a park? And that's exactly what I would say. And my cousins who actually lived there would be like, mum's the word. But I was raised to speak my mind. Um, so to bring it back to a more present day, this is while I was in grade school, middle school, and high school. Bring it back to closer to present day, I was going to Toronto's City Hall to the credit union there for my mom to deposit money for her. I crossed Bay Street on the lights. Two police officers on bicycles approached me and asked me for my ID. And I said, "What for?" I crossed on a green light with everybody else. I'm the only black woman that I see here. Right? You didn't bother the Caucasian people crossing the road. You didn't bother the Asian people crossing the road. You're only stopping to bother me. I'm in the middle of doing something. Did I break a bylaw? Did I spit on the ground? What did I do? Because all I did was cross on the green light. Coming from the credit union, you can go and ask them. That's what I was doing. Why do you need my ID? Of course, they told me I fit the description of a crime that was committed in the area. I go, I knew you were going to say that. Right? So I said, look, are you arresting me? No. Great, fine. I'm not giving you my ID. I'm going about my day. Have a great day. Bye. Um, so that's my only, aside from when my mom died, that's the only experience I've had with the Toronto police personally. When I'm with my cousins at the West End and when they tried to card me. So but my brother's not here, but he's had a entirely different experience than I have as a black woman. My point being, it depends on where you live, because majority black neighborhoods, Jane and Lawrence, Jane and Finch, they bother you. When you live in a mixed neighborhood like I did, never disturbed me at all. Never disturbed my family at all. So my question is, why are you policing black communities so extensively when, also as a personal side, I used to clean houses, work for a cleaning service. And we cleaned in Richmond Hill, we cleaned in Avenue Road in Lawrence area, and we cleaned in the Post Road in Lawrence area. As you know, these are extremely well-to-do houses and areas. And um, some I've seen a lot of drugs and alcohol in these neighborhoods, but they weren't policed to the extent that I saw the Black communities policed
Judith,
at.
I'm just going to call the time. We're just over 5 minutes. So if you just want to give us a wrap-up
So my
statement, we
point
appreciate that.
being, it's obvious where Toronto Police Services focus their attention when you actually see where, in my personal experience, I've seen where the drugs and alcohol is and where it is not, but who's being enforced.
Thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing your experiences. They really are meaningful and important as part of our work. Any questions for the deputant? I see Walid's got a question.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just want to thank Bo, Miguel, and Judith. We would love to ask you questions, but we have the Chief Commissioner with us, and they're going to leave at 12 o'clock. So it's not because we don't want to engage you folks, but I want to thank you all for deputing today. We just have some very important questions that we hope the Commissioner can answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Walid, and thanks to the deputants. We will take it into committee, and again, with our thanks to the Toronto Police Services Board representatives, as well as the Ontario Human Rights Commission representatives who are with us for the next 15 minutes or so. So I will take a list of questioners from the floor. I've got Walid, I've got Kathy. Anybody else? George and May, okay. We'll start there. Anybody online? Lucina, I see you. William and Dr. Beverly, Jean Daniel, and Queen. Okay, I'm going to make a list. I'm going to try to keep that same order I just called out, but we will go ahead and start with Walid. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, so the Commissioner is very important to us. I'm hoping we could just ask all the questions and get all the answers as soon as possible. But I'll start off by saying I'm very interested in the Commissioner's thoughts on which recommendations have been adopted by TPS and which ones have not, specifically which ones can be implemented right away. It's something I'm very interested in finding out. And then also, has there been discussions between the Commission and TPS on the monitoring of these recommendations? Has there been that sort of interorganizational cooperation? And also, whether there is a legal framework by which these recommendations can be analyzed. So that's something else that I'm hoping the Commissioner will answer. Thank you.
A jolly good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia DeGuerre, the Chief Commissioner of the Ontario Human Rights Commission and the person designated by statute to speak for the Ontario Human Rights Commission, unless delegated. Thank you so very much for inviting the Commission to speak about its final report from Impact to Action. As you know, this inquiry took 7 years, almost 7 years, and the final report was issued on December 14, 2024. Before I want to also say that the comments of the Commission today are very high level, but if you have specific questions, I invite you to write to the Commission where it can be in a better position to respond to them. So let me begin by commending the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee for your critical role in anti-Black racism being an agent of change. The Commission launched its inquiry into anti-Black racism by the Toronto Police in response to experiences that Black communities have continuously identified over decades. And I can tell you that I've been around as a member of community for those decades. And so their lived experience as well as documented experience. Some incidents received local, national, or global media attention. Others, perhaps more damaging, did not capture the headlines, but are simply shared within communities. And I want you to focus on that. Everyone, the hearers, I hear Dr. Dubé speaking, and I will come to that later. But during the inquiry, the Commission heard personal stories, insightful critiques, and forward-thinking ideas from Black communities. So it wasn't all doom and gloom. and they were shared with the expectation that the inquiry would lead to meaningful change. And the Commission understands that in such a pernicious and intractable matters in a society as Ontario, change takes time. But without action, time for people who experience challenges from Toronto police system will not happen. When that report was launched in December 2023, the final report of this inquiry, it included over 100 recommendations for meaningful actions to improve outcomes for Black communities when interacting with the police. So I've heard about many different recommendations that were put forward in the murdered and missed, in the carding, in the 81 recommendations that the police inquiry, the police also engage in. And the fact that we have all these different recommendations at the end of inquiries should paint a very clear picture about what communities Ontario citizens are experiencing with the police. The report found that Black people are subjected to systemic racial discrimination, racial profiling, anti-Black racism across a range of interactions with the police. It's not a fiction, it is a reality. And so this finding was based on race-based data analysis, the lived experiences of Black communities, courts, tribunal decisions involving the Toronto police, and to its credit, the Toronto Police acknowledgement that anti-Black racism exists. The Toronto Police Services data gathered by the Commission, including street checks and charges, arrest, and use of force, show that Black people are significantly overrepresented across the spectrum of police interaction. The inquiry found that the Toronto Police Service policing practices and activities disproportionately affect Black people and contribute to racial profiling and discrimination, which, again, to its credit, the Toronto Police Service has admitted and pledged to do better. And the Toronto Police Service's analysis of more recent data also show that Black people are overrepresented in enforcement action and strip searches.
Patricia, apologies. I'm just going to jump in real quickly. The way that our procedure is set up is each member has 5 minutes to ask specific questions. And I am mindful of both your time constraints as well as the time constraints for members on the committee. And while I so appreciate, and I think it's incredibly helpful to have the high-level review and summary of the findings and some of your general insights of what has happened to date, I wonder how we would like to best structure this. I'm happy to give the latitude for Patricia to sort of continue her general remarks and then see what we do for questions. It also sounds to me it'd be very appropriate for us as a committee to put some of our clear questions to paper and put that forward as been welcomed by Patricia and the OHRC. So I think regardless of how far we get with our question and answer today, that we put that on paper and we continue to have a significant dialogue. So I'm going to go ahead and just give you the latitude here, Patricia, to carry on with your high-level remarks. Just being mindful of the time, we may not get to an opportunity to have too many questions of each member, but we do have at least 6 or 7 members who are hoping to come in with questions today for you. So we'll have to figure out, and I'll chat with the clerks about the best procedural way to make sure we have the appropriate time. So I just wanted to call that. If you've got some more time, we're here past noon, but I will just share that little bit of procedural feedback for you, and please continue.
Thank you very much for that information. I will even go a bit higher and try to include the questions that were posed. And the Commission and the police, we recognize that the challenges and the recommendations that are posed in those reports are required, and they're vital to fostering trust between the police and the public. And so we have the police and the public, the commission and the public, and among the commission, the police and the public. That tripartite structure, we must work together collaboratively to achieve the results that we are. I have heard Dr. Dubé speak about the many things that the Toronto Police has done, and I commend them for it. And this is not a facetious comment. We have moved from combativeness to collaboration, and that is critical. We serve the same community. And this approach would cultivate public trust and meet the stated goal of the Toronto Police and the Toronto Police Services equity strategy. And let me quote what they said: to build, repair, and strengthen relationship with Black communities, especially those they have failed to trust in the past. So we are moving towards that same collaborative approach, enforcing accountability and ensuring that we together will demonstrate to the communities the commitment to accountability and building trust. I cannot see it any other way. It's not them and us. It's the Ontario Human Rights Commission who has primacy of all government action and citizens' action in this province. And understanding that enormous responsibility, we are creating collaborative action towards the goal that we both set. And then the processes that we choose to go there would have more meaning and relevance. So as this work continues, we encourage the Toronto Police and Toronto Police Services Board to develop a detailed and transparent system to evaluate how their work respond to the OHRC's recommendations. Again, the OHRC's recommendations, you don't cherry pick what you want. They are there. The legislation has given it exclusive power to determine when citizens are breaching the code and how to bring citizens or institutions or government back in undertaking their responsibility as citizens, whether institutional or otherwise. The Commission remains fully committed to working with the Toronto Police and the Toronto Police Board to implement all the recommendations, and believe that an accountability framework is a critical step in that direction. Thank you so much. As I said, if you have specific questions, we're happy to entertain them. But time is of the essence for me. We've got 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you to Commissioner Daguerre. Next on the list, and we'll, for the next 6 minutes, direct our questions to you, but we do have the TPSB, of course, to direct questions to. Kathy, I had you next for questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I actually will give back my time. My question is actually for Toronto Police Service.
Great, thank you. May, any questions for the OHRC while we have them? Same? Okay, great. George?
Just in the interest of time, I'll forego asking my question now. Thank you.
Great. And I do want to encourage colleagues that we will for sure put forward detailed questions to Commissioner Daguerre and her team as a follow-up to this meeting, and hopefully have an audience with them in the future again. Dr. Beverly Jean Daniel, I had you online for questions. Would you like any questions for the OHRC?
Actually, I will pass at this time.
Okay, thank you. Lucina?
Thank you. I'll just quickly ask to our esteemed guest, Patricia, what an enforcement or enforceability agreement would look like, in your opinion, when we're thinking through promoting accountability of the Toronto Police Services Board and implementing the recommendations. I think having that enforcement mechanism could be a way of preventing that, that air of cherry picking, so to speak. And so, in the opinion of the Commission, what would an enforcement agreement look like? And is that a structure that would be in your purview to implement?
That's an excellent question. Regrettably, I cannot answer it at this juncture, other than to say that the key results that we're hoping for is that building on fostering trust in the communities to make that community whole, at least giving them a sense of belonging. And that is why we are working together with the Toronto Police Services and the Toronto Police Services Board to develop an enforcement mechanism. Let's face it, if we're going to be taken seriously by the public, we have, as service providers, we have to give the public something tangible to look at, to say, okay. And what we're simply asking for In the event that we are going to this framework, which is critical for us, if we come to a point where we are not at Edom, what is the mechanism to put us forward? And that is critical. We must have that, because we cannot just come this far and face a challenge, and we will, because we're human beings and we work in an adversarial system. We must have a mechanism of accountability and transparency that is going to take us to the next level. So we're at that junction now. We are working on that. You know, quite frankly, I don't care what you call it, as long as the result is accountability and transparency to move us forward towards the implementation of these 100 recommendations. And we know that there's some that they have done, but we need that framework and that accountability, that enforcement mechanism to take us there. And I hasten to add, it is not inflexible. As you would hear from Dr. Dubé, those things and the work that they have accomplished with the Commission involvement could only have been done by the Commission's collaborative approach in working with them. And that's where we are today. So.
We're so grateful for your collaborative approach, for your leadership, and for your insights. I do want to thank you and be respectful of the time for yourself and your colleagues joining us here today. And just for the benefit of committee members, we will go back from the top of the question list and have questions of staff to TPSB. But we do look forward to continuing to collaborate along with you and continuing to do this important work of confronting, uprooting, and addressing anti-Black racism in our society. So thank you very much, Commissioner Daguerre. If anyone else, feel free to stick around and listen in, but we will go back to our order of questions for TPSB colleagues. And Waleed, if you'd like to go in, you've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for joining us today, and I hope we will continue this conversation in future meetings. My question to our friends at Toronto Police Services is with regards to the enforceability of these recommendations. What I'm aware of is that the Ontario Human Rights Commission is a provincial agency and has a specific mandate. And that mandate is exercised in a collaborative manner. So I'd like to hear from you about what steps have been taken to adopt these recommendations. How is the monitoring of these recommendations being put in place? Is there a working group between TPS and the Ontario Human Rights Commission to make sure that, the human rights, the basic rights that we hope not to take for granted are enforced? And the data reveals a story. And I'm actually very proud of the Commissioner making this point that TPS has taken the important step of recognizing anti-Black racism in Israel. So if you could help us better appreciate as a committee what work has been done between TPS and the Commission when it comes to the adoption of these really important recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Since the release of the report, the board, together with the service, have been working with the OHRC to establish an implementation framework. In Ontario, we have a structure for enforcement, for monitoring what police services do, which is the board. The board is the body that's in charge of monitoring the chief and ensuring that the chief follows the direction of the board. So whatever implementation framework will ultimately be there is based on that premise, on the existing legislation and the binding nature of board direction to the chief. That said, we're hoping, and we've been working with the OHRC to build a community-led implementation table, similar to what I described earlier for the missing and missed report, where the recommendations that the board directs the chief to follow are evaluated through this community-led body. Everything will be transparent. This body will issue its reports, and transparency for the public as a whole will be through both board reports and through, I assume, we haven't established that, but looking at previous best practices that we've engaged in, through a dedicated website where each and every recommendation that we're committed to follow will be listed and we will say what we've done exactly and how we see that as successfully implementing the recommendation that was made.
You've got another couple of minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Which recommendations, there's 100 recommendations, a lot of recommendations. I've gone through it. I've read the report several times. Which recommendations have been adopted and which ones are challenging to adopt? What we're trying to appreciate is, are there resource implications to the adoption of these recommendations or not, so that we could advise City Council on those premises. So if you could maybe elaborate on which ones have already been adopted, it'd be great for the public to know. A lot of people are watching on YouTube, and which ones are still pending. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's difficult for me to go one by one. As you mentioned, there's over 100 of them. But overall, I can say at this time, we've identified 30 of the recommendations directly for the service as already implemented. We shared our documentation with the OHRC, and we are waiting to hear back from them with confirmation. And there's an additional number of recommendations that we believe are partially implemented, and we need to work on additional steps to fully implement those. And there are other recommendations where we are willing to proceed with them. There are recommendations where we require both for the board and for the service, we require further clarification to understand how we can implement them. We've encountered several issues around the legal framework that's in place that may limit what we can do. Sometimes it's resource matters, understanding everything that we know about the funding of policing, and the appropriateness of certain steps to be taken by the board or by the service as opposed to other bodies that are better positioned to take those steps. So these are issues that we are working together with the OHRC. We will work together with an implementation table once that is set up. I can say that right now we're in the throes of establishing that implementation table, again, in collaboration with the Commission. And we hope to have further updates on that in the coming months.
Great, thank you. Next on the list of questions, I have Kathy.
Thank you, Dr. Dure, for your presentation. And it is good to hear, as Patricia has mentioned, that there have been some actions being taken by the Toronto Police. I have several questions in regards to, again, the implementation of the 107 recommendations, which have been put forward by the Ontario Human Rights Commission Impact to Action report. And I acknowledge that it's been 7 years in the writing. Report being released, however, in December 2024. And so I'm interested very much in finding out about the progress that's being made. So if I understand what I heard correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that there has been action on 30 of the recommendations. Not clear what those were, but of those that have already been implemented, what is the progress in analyzing the effectiveness in them addressing the anti-Black racism, which they were put forward to address? And you have indicated that you're working with OHRC to establish a framework. So it's been since December until this is June. What is that progress in developing that framework, and how long are we anticipating in terms of a timeline having that complete so that we can look at that community building or that community-led implementation plan? So I'll let you do that, and I may have a follow-up.
Thank you. I don't have a list of the 30 recommendations that we believe have already been completed. I want to emphasize that many of the recommendations in the report repeat recommendations that were previously made and were in process of implementing already when the report was completed. And we have not been sitting around and waiting for the report. We've known about these issues, and there has been both internal and external indicators that we have acknowledged, and we have acted towards addressing these issues, and there's much more work to be done. The difficulty is, like I said, we want to make sure that this is a community-led approach in terms of guaranteeing that we haven't just ticked off a box and said, there, it's done. We want to make sure that the community actually agrees with us that we have implemented it in spirit, not just in word, and it does have the impacts that we have hoped for. So I don't want to go out and list the recommendations that we think are implemented before it has gone through this process. I can say, again, going back to their missing and missed report, there are a number of recommendations that we have put forward to the committee as implemented, and they came back to us and they said, no, there's a little bit here that's still missing, and we went back and we came back. There are recommendations that are now complete. I said earlier there are 60% of them were completed. Actually, it's a higher number, but we're still waiting for that confirmation, and I'm not ready to say, as far as we're concerned, they're done. And the same thing applies here. We want to make sure that it has all of these elements in place before we list those and say, that's it, we're done.
If I may have follow-up, just so that we move from a high-level conversation to a more detailed level conversation, is do we have a timeline for when we anticipate that? Maybe you're not going to do 107 recommendations, immediately, because even the commissioner has said that it will take time. But in terms of developing this framework, so that you'll have a basis for which to move forward in implementing the recommendations. What is the timeline for that, so that we can anticipate that it's not going to be another 7 years in order to get through these recommendations?
Sorry. I don't have a specific timeline. I believe before the end of the year, probably several months before the end of the year, we will have another update at the board on the progress, and that will be a public report. I am hoping that will also have the implementation table in place. And then they will start going through those 30 recommendations, whatever else we've done since. We are not sitting and waiting for this to happen. The work continues across the board on all the recommendations that we have identified as ones that we know how to implement, as well as additional work with the OHRC to receive clarifications on the rest of them. So I can say, I can't give you a date, but I can say before the end of the year, we'll definitely have another update at the board.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Kathy. That was your 5 minutes. Next, I have May.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. My question is about the response of police, and we're talking about anti-Black racism. So I know that police typically respond to, they're called a majority social calls, like more than 50%. So we're talking, mental health crises, people dealing with difficult situations in their life. And at least for the past year, what I've known that is there's a lot of people in Toronto calling 911 and being hit with a busy signal. And that is honestly something so shocking to even think about in a city as big as this, where, emergency services and Toronto police have all this funding, but you'll call 911 and be hit with a busy signal. There's people who have to wait 10, 20 minutes before they can reach an operator. With that being said, when community members are seeking that emergency service from the police, there's actually Toronto Community Crisis Response Team now. So for folks that don't know, you can call 211 if someone is in a mental health crisis, and the appropriate people will show up, and instead of someone being incarcerated for being in a crisis, they'll be redirected to or supported to in the way that they need. So my question, I guess, is more so looking into that resource allocation piece, because if in a city as big as this, if 911 is not working when you call them, if the court systems are so overwhelmed, understaffed. If hospitals are struggling, if teachers are struggling, how are we moving forward, especially with that resource allocation piece? And if TPS is working with the Toronto Community Crisis Service to kind of mitigate this issue? And how are they, if they are?
Thank you. A couple of clarification. First, I'm executive director, not commissioner.
Oh, sorry. I got confused with the other speaker.
And second, mental health calls or person in crisis calls represent approximately 10% of the total of calls for actions, calls for service that are attended by police or have been attended. So we're talking about 40,000 out of approximately 400 calls attended on an annual basis. It has gone down a little bit in the last year, if I recall correctly. The last clarification is that we have been working with TCCS, as it is now known, and it has different names at the beginning, from before day one. One of the 81 recommendations that were approved was to work with the city to build that kind of structure. Because, and I feel I can safely say, no officer wants to be the one that's responding to a non-criminal person in crisis call. That's not what they signed up for, that's not what they're there for, and they know that they're not the best equipped for it. So where it is possible to divert calls safely to a civilian organization, the service is more than happy to do that. That said, I don't have the exact numbers right now. Chief Superintendent, do you happen to have that? No. The actual diversion rate has not been, it's not those 10% of calls that have been diverted. It's closer to, I believe, 2 or 3% of the total calls that are being attended. And those calls, that time that is freed up is used to attend to the many other calls that we have. And you've mentioned the 911 times. You know that we have had also issues with time to attend at a priority one event. So that time has gone down drastically, and we're a lot happier now than we were where we were a year ago. Same goes for 911 response times. Times have gone down drastically through a bunch of measures that the service has put in place, and we're very happy with that. There's still more work to be done there. Again, we work closely with the TCCS. We're very happy to collaborate with them, and we're very happy that this resource exists. I think it's a bit premature to say that reduces the resources that we require, or that the service requires, because the numbers still don't add up, at this point at least. And that's something that the Auditor General as well has pointed out in her reports, is that it's not a lift and shift. We have to make sure that the alternative services are there in place to make sure that things don't fall to the police. The police are often the default for any and every societal problem, not necessarily the best option, but often, unfortunately, the cheapest and easiest option. And it's up to other levels of government to make sure that there is an alternative place that we can divert those calls. Otherwise, our officers are always committed to be there for anyone who needs them. And they're the only ones who will always be there whenever somebody needs them. So if we can establish alternative services, the board and the service are committed to work with them.
Thank you. Those are the 5 minutes. Went a little over, but that's great. I think that was some helpful information. George, I have you next on the list for questions.
Thank you. I'll be super quick with my question. It's surrounding the report and the comments made about providing greater transparency on officer discipline. So just reading off of your site over here, where it talks about body-worn camera usage. So it says here in quote, "A police officer will turn off the body-worn camera when the call for the service or investigation is complete, or when the officer determines that continuous recording is no longer serving its intended purpose." So my question is to follow up on what sort of reporting mechanisms are put in place to sort of document that in between. Just because with the latter end of my question is, the latter end of the statement was recording is no longer serving its intended purpose. So what does that constitute?
So the intended purpose, thank you for that. The intended purpose of the body-worn cameras is to record interactions between members of the public and our police officers, where no such interaction is taking place anymore, and the officer may be engaged in other investigative responsibilities that don't include any interaction with a member of the public. That may be a situation like that. Regardless, in any of those situations, the service member has to record why they're turning off their camera, and they are all subject to supervision and reviews by their supervisors and through our auditing function to ensure that body-worn camera footage complies with the direction of the board.
So a follow-up to that is the validity behind the audit process. Is that always internal, or is there any external partners that are consulted in that process?
The audit function is an internal auditor that is subject to the standards, and they get audited by international organizations for the validity of their auditing practices.
Okay. No further comment. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Next on the list for questions, I have Lucina.
Hi, thanks, Counselor. So my set of questions, I have a few actually. So the first one, in regards to the presentation that was presented, I'm sort of struggling to map specifically how the various policy tools and strategies that were presented to us today map specifically to the OHRC's recommendations. And I think this ties back to sort of our other members' concerns and questions regarding the specific language used to say that we've met or not met or responded to certain recommendations by the Commission. And so my question would be, has the Toronto Police Service Board undertaken the work to examine all of those sort of overlapping, tools, strategies, frameworks, et cetera, whatever you want to call them, to map them to each single OHRC recommendation? Because I do think that if we're going to tie enforceable language around what we're doing, we need to have a comprehensive document, which it sounds to me like the implementation framework might fulfill this role. But there needs, in my opinion, to be that exercise of clearly delineating what strategies respond to each recommendation so that there's a clear understanding of what's being implemented and by what tool or policy framework, et cetera. And so I think my first question is that implementation framework going to fulfill that role of clearly using the OHRC language and mapping that language to each individual, strategy or tool that the TPSB has in place currently? The second question pertains to clarification around some of the OHRC's recommendations. Now, I know I think it was an update of March 2023, and I heard this sentiment reiterated, I think, just a few minutes ago, is that there are certain recommendations that are deemed to require clarification on the board's behalf, or the board has indicated that they require clarification. And so my concern when I hear this is, again, that delay of action being couched in the language of we need more clarification, or this might not fall under our purview, this might not be our responsibility. And so my question would be to the executive director, would be, has the TPSB proactively taken steps to seek clarification, to ask the Ontario Human Rights Commission what is meant by recommendation X or Y, or what has been done essentially to acquire that clarification in a timely manner? My third question pertains to the community accountability mechanism. So I think there can be a lot of reward in that, but there's also a lot of concern in devolving responsibility or devolving the burden of responsibility to communities to hold a whole system to account, right? It involves a lot of energy. It involves, the burden of responsibility is such that, we're being told to keep advocating for the change to be implemented. And so my question is TPSB of the mind that this will constitute an enforceable tool or framework by which they can show progress without burdening the community to hold them to account, I guess. Is like I want maybe TPSB to speak or to perhaps answer the question in a way that indicates that the reason that this is being implemented is so that, we're not just devolving this at a down, towards community, but this is being undertaken as an enforceability and transparent mechanism. And then that being said, my last question is if we're not viewing this implementation framework as an enforceable agreement, is TPSB willing and able to enter into an enforceable agreement with the OHRC? Would there be appetite to explore that above and beyond the implementation framework that is led by community? Or are we simply relying on the community-led accountability mechanism to be that tool or to be that sort of guiding framework for next steps?
Thank you. I'll start with the last one. As I've said, the enforcement tool is the board itself. The board itself will direct the chief to make whatever the board decides, and the board will have to be the one monitoring these with the help of the implementation team, which is community-led. So that also will deal with transparency. Again, all of these reports will come to the board and they will go publicly on our agenda and on the website. It is not expected for that individual team of members of the public to be wholly responsible for holding the TPS accountable. That is the board's job. I hope I don't miss any of the questions. With regards to the first question you asked, the request that we received was to discuss the current initiatives on anti-racism in the service, and that's what I brought here. It was not an attempt to map out the specific recommendations. Again, there are 30 that we believe are complete. There are many others that are still in progress, but we don't want to publicly say that they are complete until we have gotten them through a process for confirmation. So the intent here was not to argue that these map out specifically to any specific recommendations. Did I miss anything in my response?
I guess, well, to clear, I just wanted to maybe follow with the questions and state or ask, what is the process by which we're verifying that the recommendations have been implemented?
So the board will present this implementation team with a list of the recommendations as the board understands them, as with some of them are more high level than others. So how are we going to implement them? And it'll be the task of this implementation team to look at the recommendation as it was approved by the board, and whatever evidence the service brings it to the implementation of the recommendation and any other kind of evidence that they request. And they will deliberate on it, and they will determine whether or not, as implemented, is sufficient, or whether additional issues or additional approaches are necessary.
And is the language of the OHRC going to be used as the language of denoting completion?
Not necessarily. Up to the board to decide what the recommendation is that will be passed to the chief.
Thanks,
Again, in
Lucina.
some cases, we're looking at clarifications. In some cases, there are a little bit of a high-level nature to some of the recommendations, and we need to give more specific details in there, so it may vary.
Just noting time, thanks for those great questions, Lucina. And I do have a couple more folks on. It is 12:30. Typically, we would break for lunch now. I want to make a motion to extend to complete this item before we take a break for a 1-hour lunch and then come back to resume the first item and complete the second 2 items. Just being mindful of everyone's time, and we've got colleagues here from TPSB. So is everyone good with that? All in favor of proceeding to extend to complete this item? Great, thank you. So next on the list for questions, I've got Dr. Beverly Jean Daniel online. You've got
Good
5
afternoon.
minutes. Good afternoon.
My question is more in regards to sort of what are the strategies that are going to be implemented to ensure that there's some level of accountability to concrete measures being implemented? And my rationale for framing the question in that way is recognizing that our community has been inundated with reports, it's been inundated with recommendations and promises, but we haven't necessarily seen those promises brought to fruition in ways that are measurable in terms of it having impacts on our community. So again, I appreciate the various items that you identified earlier in terms of the things that your committee is doing. But for me, my question is, what concrete and specific, identifiable and measurable recommendations will you be implementing? And I'm going to ask you to sort of move beyond using the logic of these are high level conversations, because when our children are dying or our children are going missing, those are not high level conversations. Those are facts that's causing trauma and pain within our community. And as well, when there is engagement with members of the police force that lend itself to various forms of trauma in our communities, this logic of high-level recommendations is not one that in any way addresses what's happening in our lives every day.
Thank you, Doctor. And I agree. Should not be a high-level discussion, and that's exactly why some of these recommendations need to be broken down into something that is measurable, that is concrete, that we can actually look at and say, here is how we are functionally going to implement them. Here's how we can tell that we have implemented them successfully, and here is the impact that we expect from them, and whether or not that impact has been achieved. So that is exactly the work that we are doing now in trying to understand not just the recommendation, but what the intent is and what it means in practice, so that when we go to the chief and tell him, go do this, we know what we're asking from the chief and we know what we expect to get back.
I would argue, sir, that this push towards understanding, and I'm using your words in quotation here, often emerges as a strategy that limits actual change. We understand, we've always understood, you understand that if people are being treated negatively, if people are being oppressed, if people are being denied access to services or quality of services, it has a domino impact on their lives. We already understand. What we're asking for is, what specifically will you be doing that is going to have actual change? We're not asking for understanding, we're way past that. What is this report going to do? What specific areas are you going to implement so that we can see changes in our community? And if I think about my own sons, how do I support my sons in being able to walk the streets of Toronto without this abject sense of fear of Toronto police officers?
I understand what you're saying, and I understand the sense of, or the fear that things are getting delayed for the purpose of delaying, or for the purpose of eventually shelving this report. That is not the intent. That is not the work that is being done right now. And again, I can only point back to other recommendations that are being carried out very actively and very publicly, the 81 recommendations and the missing and missed, and other elements where there is public transparency of our implementation of it. Unfortunately, I am not in a position right now to say specifically what we're going to do. I just don't have that information. That information will come to the board at an upcoming report in the next few months. I don't know exactly when, again, and I apologize for that. But we will be public about it, and we will be concrete about it, and we will give the community the sense that it needs to feel that it can trust what we're doing. It does take a little bit of time. I know that's not what you want to hear, but again, the board has not yet made a specific decision, so I don't feel I can speak on behalf of the board on something that is not discussed yet.
Thank you, Dr. Daniel. Really appreciate you bringing that forward. I am mindful of the time. That's the 5 minutes. I do have Queen next on the list of questions.
Hi, yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have 3 questions, and so this for the TPS. You spoke about a community-led subcommittee to advise the board. I was wondering, is this something that is already done or in the process of being done? And if so, what's the criteria for folks to be a part of that subcommittee? You spoke about race-based data being collected and analyzed, and you stated that it's the ability to access it, or the ability that you produce this race-based data is on a periodical basis. I was wondering what that periodical basis is, and what is the process for transparency, who can access this data. And you also mentioned in your presentation that there's a course that's mandatory for folks in the academy, but is it also mandatory for current police officers?
Great questions. Thanks, Queen. I'll give Doobie some time to answer.
Thank you.
And go ahead.
So we'll start with the easy one, training. Everybody gets it. The Black community experience training is part of the in-year training, in-year service training. So every officer gets that training annually. And while there's a rotation between the specific courses, that's one of the courses that every officer will get within a reasonable amount of time. So that's the easy question. The community-led committee or panel that we'll have, I don't have yet the requirements. They will be posted once we've established how it is, how we're planning to actually build it. But I understand that that is coming up soon. But it will be a public process to recruit people for this committee. And as for race-based data, the data and the analyses is available on the TPS's website. I do not have the link off the top of my head. But the approach that they are taking to analyzing this data is one of hypotheses testing. So they get the data, they ask questions about it, and then they analyze the data to try and answer these questions. And on a quarterly or semi-annually basis, they publish these results. And annually, the service presents to the board a report on race-based data collection and analysis. So we try to keep this information flowing as frequently as we can, but the report to the board is on an annual basis.
Any follow-up, Queen?
Yeah, I was wondering if there'll be transparency around how folks will be selected, and are we able to weigh in on that process before or after there's a draft made? And then in terms of the course, I would be interested to know what's covered in this course because, you know, the Black community is not monolithic. So I'd be interested to know what's covered in the course as well.
I'm going to throw this to our service members. Do you have that information with you?
Unfortunately, I don't, but I would say that we definitely have, ARAP is involved in the training and looks at the training. There's MHAP that looks at the training. We do have communities that come in and get a presentation on day one where this course is presented, but I totally acknowledge your monolithic comment there, because that is something that I've talked about with PACER in regards to our Indigenous experience too, and how that gets presented and how they liked the way that was presented and wondered if we could do that in terms of a Black experience. And we actually talked about the fact that it's such a broad range of experiences. So I actually haven't seen the one that's happening this year, but it is something that we're very in tune to. But I can look into getting some materials around that for you, if that helps.
I think the committee would appreciate that greatly, just to get a sense, and maybe there's some feedback and other pieces that we might be able to provide. So hopefully we can take that one offline and follow up.
Will do.
Sure.
Thank you. There's the 5 minutes. All right, we have Dr. I can't even try your name without it in front of me. Sorry. William, you're up next. Dr. William, you're up. Go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Just say Amanyire. So thank you so much, Honorable Molly. Just highlight, honestly, it would be very privileged to look at the training the police officers take on the Black communities. That would be great if we could get the material. But my question is about recommendations that can be implemented immediately, because as these recommendations delay to be implemented, the lives of Black Torontians are affected. So, Executive Director, could you please highlight which recommendations you think? I know you talked about the SATE, but which ones do you think can be implemented immediately?
Again, so in March of last year, we received a report from the service denoting some of these. So I can rattle off the recommendation numbers that were marked as implemented. But I want to put that in a little bit of brackets because that hasn't been verified yet, not by us, not by the OHRC, not by the community. So I can point them out, but I don't want to be later that coming to bite me and saying you said this is, but actually there's this. So the ones that were listed at the time were 8, 9, 15, 26, 33, 34, 36, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 54, 55, 57, 74, 78, and 79. Those were all marked. These are 20 recommendations that were marked back then as implemented. Is that helpful? Probably not, but maybe it's a start. But I want to again emphasize, we are not sitting and waiting. We are there's the implementation framework process. That's a process that is taking place. But we're not waiting for this to complete to do the rest of the work. The rest of the work is being done, and our hope is that once that implementation table and team are set up, we can just flood them with as many as possible of these recommendations that we believe are already completed and move forward as quickly as possible. That said, with the experience we've had with the 81 recommendations and missing and missed, and this is, I think, obvious but worth saying, the more complicated the recommendation, the longer it'll take to implement fully. That does not mean that we're not making progress. It means it's a complicated issue. That does not mean, just because something is taking longer, does not mean that we're delaying or ignoring it. It just means these are complex issues. I don't need to tell you that. You know that better than I do. And they're not easily solvable. If it was something that was easy to solve, we would have done it already. So I do beseech you to have the patience and to work with us on these issues as we progress through them, and we will strive to be as transparent as we can on the progress that we are making.
Thanks, Duby. Mayare, do you have any more follow-up on that one, or are you all good?
Sure. I have a follow-up question. Thank you so much, Chief. I hear you and understand how complicated the work is, but do you have like any data or metrics on the already implemented recommendations?
Sorry, data on what?
On the already implemented recommendations, the ones you read out, and would we be able to access that information?
There is information. It's not public yet. Like I said, we've sent our evidence to the OHRC and we're waiting for feedback from them. Once we've set up the implementation table, all the information will be made public on a regular basis.
No more questions. Thank you, Honorable Morley.
Thank you very much, Aminyare. And also, there is a motion being worked on to make sure that there's some touch points and that information continues to flow through this committee and that we have an opportunity to continually engage with this work. So that will be coming in. I think that will be to the satisfaction of many members. So we'll look out for that. I have two more to question, Halimo in the room, and then we're going to go to Karis online, and those will be our final two questioners before we take it into speaking. Go ahead, Halimo.
Thank you, Dr. Dubai, for your presentation. Today, the Chief Commissioner of the Ontario Human Rights Commission really highlighted the importance and priority of TPS building trust with the Black community, and a lot of that work is going to be done by TPS officers and staff. I understand the recommendations haven't been verified, but I was wondering if you could speak to the experience of TPS officers with Black communities since actionizing the 30 recommendations that you mentioned.
As an executive director at the board, I don't really have that knowledge. Chief Superintendent, anything you can add on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the neighborhood officer program is something that we, as we gain exposure into more neighborhoods, I think our connection with vulnerable neighborhoods, with even the Yippee program, I was there this weekend, the graduation, like we have a lot of touch points. We really are dedicated to, building that trust. And I just wanted to add, just for awareness, I actually have a dedicated team of people, both civilians and officers, that are assigned to the OHRC project. So to Doobie's point, like they are working on that, like as we speak. They're doing research, they're working on the engagement, they're working on, questions for the interview when we decide to pick people in the public. So definitely the chief has committed many resources and has been working on this project. It's just a very phased approach because as we've discussed a lot today, there's lots of other projects and recommendations where there's a lot of intersection. So as we work on all our projects now, we're really trying to figure out themes because there's lots of amazing feedback and recommendations we've received, but there's definitely now overlap. But I do want to commit that we are absolutely engaged in this project every day, and I'm anticipating that a board report will be coming in September of this year, where you'll see some updates. And absolutely, I mean, it sounds like there's some people in this room that hopefully would, look to apply to be part of this consultative commitment we have around the implementation, because I do say I get to witness the MMIT in action every month, and it's an amazing collaboration, and it definitely is. They set the tone in, approving final implementation of things, and I think that would be our goal on this project also. I hope that helps.
Great. The next questioner that I have and final questioner online is Karis. Go ahead, Karis.
Thanks, Councillor Murley. I don't have a question. I have a comment. Is it appropriate to give a comment now?
So actually, that's great timing. You're going to transition us right on into remarks. So that will conclude our questions for this moment. It has also been brought to my attention, folks, that we're at risk of losing quorum at 1:30. So we'll likely need to just extend and do our best to power through the agenda here this afternoon. And hopefully no one's hungry and able to grab. I know there's some black coffee and some water on the side. So please help yourself. And if you need to step out, of course. But I'm going to encourage us to power through so we can get to the bottom of our agenda today before 1:30 ideally. So with that, we will go to speakers on this item. I will remind members, if you have a motion to put on the floor, please present it at the top of your remarks, and you can talk us through it and explain what's on the motion and what's before us. Before those each would go to a vote at the conclusion of the round of speaking. So I have Karis up first. Who else would like to speak on this item? Waleed? Anybody else would like to speak on this item? George, you're good. Sorry, members online, if you can, Lucina, I got you, okay? Great. Anybody else on this item to speak or put a motion? No, all good, okay, all right. So, Karis, you've got 5 minutes, you go right ahead.
Okay, so, sorry about my voice. I seem to have a frog in my throat. As a senior, I want to point out historically that Stephen Lewis gave his report on anti-Black racism when the term was coined on June 9th, 1992, which means we're in the 30th year of that report. So Bo, the community member who gave his comments, was talking about the slowness of the pace of implementation of recommendations. 30 years later, after Stephen Lewis' report, we are saying now the TPS is moving from opposition to collaboration with the OHRC. And I commend the TPS on that, because we, in the past, when anti-racism was raised, there was a lot of opposition to even the term. So I commend the TPS on that. But I would like to see the recommendations. We're talking about adopting the recommendations and implementing recommendations and then getting reports on them. We have had reports and reports and reports and reports. I want to see in the community changes that we could say, we could pinpoint this and say, there's a change in the attitude of the police towards Black people. There's a change in the attitude of police towards Black men, Black young men. We want to be able to see that. So, as I listen to Dr. Dubé give his answers and so on, I still, I'm trying to be hopeful still, because you have to be hopeful or else, you're going to give in to despair. But we've been looking at police attitudes towards our community, attitudes and actions towards our community for decades and decades and decades. And like I said before, I am pleased that there's a change in the attitude, but I want to see a change on the ground, with actions that we can point and say, yes, if you pull a young Black kid who's on his way to school, and say, well, have you been harassed between the bus and the school? And they can say no, then, we can know that things are changing and that our youth don't have to feel afraid when they're walking the streets, they're going to school or going about their business. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Kara, so much for that comment. Appreciate your voice around this table. We'll move to Waleed. Waleed, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask the clerk to put forward the motion that I shared with the clerk. On the screen, please. We can pause my time while we do that, but I'll quickly speak to it. Okay. Is it ready? Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna thank my good friend Doobie for helping me amend this motion with your remarks earlier. So I'll start off by saying that this is an important item to all of us. This motion before us affirms that the Ontario Human Rights Commission report from Impact to Action and outlines a clear coordinated path forward for implementation and accountability in Toronto. This motion is rooted in a fundamental truth that systemic anti-Black racism continues to shape the lived experience of Black residents across the city, particularly in their interactions with policing institutions. The From Impact to Action report is not just another policy document. It is a product of extensive consultation, years of advocacy, and lived experience. It reflects the voices of Black communities across Ontario and provides concrete, measurable recommendations to reform systems that continue to cause harm. As the city's Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee, it is both our mandate and our responsibility to ensure that these recommendations do not sit on the shelf. First, this motion affirms the importance of the Commission's work. That affirmation matters. When governments and public institutions embrace recommendations grounded in human rights, they signal a readiness to evolve and, more importantly, a willingness to be held accountable. Second, we're recommending that the Economic and Community Development Committee formally request the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit to invite the Toronto Police Services to report back publicly on their progress. This must include what has been completed, what is ongoing, and what remains pending. Transparency requires more than words. It requires timelines, internal accountability mechanisms, and measurable indicators of progress. We need to know the following: what systems are in place to ensure change is real and not just rhetoric? What mechanisms exist to hold leadership accountable? How are Black communities been involved, consulted, and informed? Thirdly, the motion calls for the integration of the OHRC's recommendations into the CABRAC work plan itself. That means aligning with the broader landscape of city equity strategies, from the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism to the forthcoming Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. It also means ensuring that we build monitoring and evaluation frameworks that allow us to measure impact and respond when progress falls short. We're not working in isolation, my friends. Our advocacy must be connected to provincial and federal policy frameworks, because as we all know, systemic systems of anti-Black racism are deeply embedded and cross-jurisdictional. Lastly, this motion invites the Ontario Human Rights Commission to present its findings directly to CABRAC. That invitation is more than a courtesy. It's an opportunity to build a shared roadmap between the city and the Commission, a roadmap that is collaborative, transparent, and most importantly, rooted in community accountability. Colleagues, we know that the road to justice is long, but reports from Impact to Action give us a compass, and this motion ensures we're not ignoring it. Today's vote is not just procedural, it's about whether we as a committee are serious about implementation, about systems change, about standing with Black communities, not only in principle, but in practice. Just before I conclude my remarks, I'm gonna pose some questions for my good friend, Doobie, to take back to TPS, and hopefully we'll have responses at our next meeting. Kathy raised a question about the implementation of the OHRC recommendations, so thanks to Kathy for that. I would like for the following questions to be answered in future meetings. Race-based data collection analysis. The OHRC found significant gaps in data collection, which hinder accountability and transparency. How is the TAPS enhancing its race-based data collection practices to address identified gaps, particularly concerning stops, searches, use of force, and other interactions? Accountability mechanisms. What measures are in place to ensure that offices found to engage in racial profiling or discrimination are held accountable? How are these measures monitored and reported? Community engagement or oversight. How is the TPS involving Black communities in the development and implementation of policies and practices aimed at eliminating anti-Black racism? Training and education. What training programs has the TPS implemented to address anti-Black racism, and how is the effectiveness of these programs evaluated? Those are some questions that I hope we could address collectively in the next opportunity where we're going to engage this important topic. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Waleed. I'll encourage members, and thanks for taking us through the motion, but just to review that motion before it's on the floor, we will go to Lucina as the final speaker, unless anybody else is feeling called to speak on this. Halima, okay. Lucina, we'll go to you, and then Halima will have the final word. Go ahead.
Thanks, Councilor Morley. Yeah, just hoping to offer some final reflections as we move through this. I think I can express some disappointment. I think personally, and perhaps other members feel the same way or feel similarly regarding there's just been, it has felt like a little bit of a high level conversation where we haven't really gotten to the heart of progress in relation to the recommendations brought forth by the Ontario Human Rights Commission. And I do think that, you know, we as a committee put forward a motion to have this discussed, you know, back in September. And since that time, you know, I think the expectation was that we would come here today having a more solid understanding of where we are at. And to hear that there is now appetite to develop a community accountability framework is great. But I would encourage the board to think through whether this is another, you know, potentially exercise to bring work to community, to build more reports around community approval and rubber stamping on the, you know, the directions that we want to take. If the board is saying that they're the sole folks responsible for enforceability, then who are they accountable to, right? It's like they, at the end of the day, are responsible for leading change within their own institution. And we cannot, you know, just rely on community voices to trudge along and to push for that accountability and to push for that change. And so I think this is a reflection I want, you know, the board to take with them, is that there needs to be change, a desire for change from within before necessarily putting it on the community to vouch and to vet for certain things to be done. That being said, I think language is important, and I think a lot of the language used today has been very broad, has been very vague. I think we need to understand, you know, just even hearing the word vulnerable, like coming from the board to say that certain communities are vulnerable. We are not the architects of vulnerability. We are made vulnerable by systems, and language matters. And to see that still being floated around, we are not vulnerable, intrinsically vulnerable. We are made vulnerable. And so going into the implementation of these recommendations, I want there needs to be a complete culture change in how we're using language. And so much of adherence to what the commission has said is going to depend on the language we're using to say that something has been met and accomplished or not. And so I would urge the Toronto Police Service Board to use the exact language that is given by the Ontario Human Rights Commission, to use that as a bench or as a marker of whether or not something has been done. Because if we're using alternative language to say there's strategic alignment with X, there's strategic alignment with Y, so much can get lost in that language. And we know that the OHRC is the oversight body. They have the legal framework, they have that expertise to guide us along towards systemic change. And so I would urge the board to not deviate from that language and to say specifically, this is what we have done to address this specific recommendation without deviation from that language, because we are opening so much room for interpretation and language and misapplication if we're not adhering to what the guidance has been from a legal oversight body. And so I would urge the board to kind of take this away as perhaps like community input as you go into the implementation framework phase, is that we need clear language, we need specific language, we need non-stigmatizing language, and we need to be informed in meaningful ways of what has been done going forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Lucina. Well said. I appreciate that. And I do have Halima in the room who's going to go.
Thank you.
And sorry, just members, if we could have your cameras on, because we're about to go into voting and we need to make sure we have quorum. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to thank Karis for really effectively articulating the spirit of my previous question and echoing Lucina with the need to meaningfully measure and follow changes to the culture of on-the-ground policing of Black bodies as we move forward with this necessary and healing work. Thank you.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much for that. I will just take a couple of moments to, again, acknowledge our thanks to the members of the board and the members of the Toronto Police Services who have joined us today, as well as the representatives, including Chief Commissioner Patricia Daguerre from Ontario Human Rights Commission, for their incredibly important work. Thank you, Karis, for that call out. It is not lost on me that it is literally 30 years to the day from the report that you've referenced. And I think about my own experiences and reflect back on being a young junior staffer here on the floor at City Council and how much I did not feel seen or represented in this space. And though it's been a short 10 years since I started my career in this space, we've come a long way, including having a CABR unit, including having leadership of the team at City Hall in this regard of addressing anti-Black racism in our city, and of course bringing colleagues like yourselves, incredible community leaders like Rosemary I see online, Queen, Karis, all of the people who really pour into and breathe life into this work is what is going to ensure we make the progress that we need and deserve to see. Yes, it takes time, but if we want to go far, we have to go together. And we've heard a lot today about the importance of collaboration. We can't approach this work in a way where it's us versus anybody else. We are absolutely all in this together, and as a community, I think we know that very deeply. So I'm really grateful for the discussion here today and for the opportunity for us to continue to address this and ensure we have better outcomes for future generations. So with that, those are my quick remarks. I'm going to keep it very brief. I do want to go to the motion on the floor before us is put forward by Member Waleed. You all will just throw it on the screen one more time so everyone gets a chance to see that again. I'll ask for all in favor, show of hands. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you, members, for the collaborative nature again on pulling that together, and we'll work with staff on tracking that motion. On the item, do I have to do on the item yet? Sorry. So that's the item. We look forward to future discussion and staying in touch. Again, our thanks to colleagues at TPSB for joining us today. We are going to move forward, folks. I am very mindful of time. We've got a tight little bit to try to pull as much together as we can. Can I vary the procedure just to move the item 4, which is the technical? Yep. So I'm going to move a motion to extend to complete the agenda while we have quorum. Can I get a show of hands all in favor of extending to complete the agenda? Any opposed? Seeing none? Great. Okay, we're going to power through here, folks. So next up, we have we're going to go back to item number 1. We were at speakers, so we will make sure that we get to that item. I do want to dispense of CR 5.3, which is the vacancy on the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee. It's really just a technical one, advising of the resignation from Afia Takia Anan, who has resigned from the committee effective April 8th, 2025. We want to thank Afia for her service as a member of the board, but this is just an item for receipt. So I'll move it for receipt. All in favor? Show of hands. Thank you. Any opposed? That carries. So we will jump back to item number 1 on the agenda, which was the access to social infrastructure and related implementation. We do have a list of speakers. I'm going to go back to see if I can find it in my notes here, and we'll open up to go through the speakers for that item. And yep, and we'll just need members with cameras on so we can make sure that we've maintained quorum through to the end of the meeting, if that's okay. Thank you. I'm just going to call for a fresh list because I've got too much going on over here. So speakers on the first item for upcoming changes impacting access to social infrastructure. Anybody who wants to speak or put a motion on this item? I'm looking online. Any speakers or motions? Okay, I think I have a motion. I have a motion, so I will go ahead and put myself on the list of speakers. And if I could ask staff to share the motion that we worked collaboratively on with staff on this item. So the motion before you reads, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee requests the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, Social Development, invite the City Manager's Office to present an update on the access to social infrastructure bylaw implementation for this advisory by Q4 2025. And in that presentation, we would like to see the inclusion of an overview of the implementation plan, which we heard is in development now, including staff resources, and equity implications and strategies to prevent harm to Indigenous, Black, and other equity-deserving communities affected, and the monitoring and reporting plans on the use and impact of the bylaw. So we did hear a lot about the potential harm that we're concerned about in the community, and certainly that was clearly articulated and identified through the engagement process that the city facilitated. So my hope is this motion gives us an opportunity to monitor and stay informed, but also continue to use our voice as an advisory with the city as this work proceeds. So that's the motion before you. This is a bit of a tricky one because, as a member of council, while I absolutely respect, appreciate, and understand the importance of us doing our utmost to keep all members of our community safe, this was not ultimately something that I personally supported at council. That being said, it was the will of council to move forward with this bylaw, and here we are. So I do think there will continue to be important work of this committee to provide our voices as this implementation plan is developed, as we understand and try to mitigate any harm to our communities and others that are feeling concerned about what this might mean for them, and continuing to support and collaborate with the city staff who are charged with moving this work forward on behalf of council. So with that, I'll call one more time if anybody else wants to speak on this particular item before we move to a vote. Yeah, Lucina, please jump on in. You've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I'm definitely supportive of the bylaw, and I think it does take into account a lot of the considerations that were discussed. One piece that I think would be worth parsing out when that implementation strategy comes about is understanding how TPS staff figure as part of that broader staff component of the motion. I know that we're not in a position per se to direct the TPS formally to take any action per se, but I do think that it's worth noting explicitly, given that that James is in the room. I think, I hope, that we're being very open and transparent on the enforcement aspect of the bylaw and understanding the allocation of TPS resources, given that we've just had this discussion. We just had the discussion on anti-Black racism and policing in Toronto. So I think it's such a, I guess, an interesting contrast. I think about how our conversations today have just been so charged, and this contrast between the idea of increasing more opportunities for selective enforcement in the context of anti-Black racism and policing is like, there's such a contradiction there. And I would urge, the city manager and staff to really take that into account, because, there is an opportunity to change course and how we've gone about the development of the bylaw. I would hope that implementation learns from, I think maybe some of the shortcomings that have been expressed today at committee. But I'm just kind of rambling at this point, but I just would hope that there is consideration specifically for how TPS figures in this discussion and how we can understand more fulsomely how resource allocation, potentially across 3,000 sites to police is going to shake out. And that's all I'll add to that.
Thanks, Lucina. I appreciate that. And I was going to comment on something that you said, but I think I'm feeling my lack of lunch at this time of the day. But thank you for those comments. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And I think this is something that we will continue to watch, again, very closely as a committee. Part of the resource allocation, just for everyone's information, based on the original recommendations, was that the resources from the city were towards, it was about 1.6 million to 12 individuals within the Transportation Services Division, not necessarily additional resources going to TPS. That being said, of course, as we've heard today, there's a lot of interconnection and necessary collaboration between all of our public safety units with the Toronto Police, because ultimately they are the body with the authority and responsibility to that end, including our Toronto Crisis Response Unit works closely to that end. So we know there will be involvement. We want to have clarity on that, and I think that's really clear and understood. Also confirming James is in the room, still listening, absolutely. So thank you for those comments. Final call out for speakers on this before we put the motion on the floor. Sorry? Yep, and members, sorry, we just do need cameras on so we can ensure we do this with quorum. If I can encourage you, thank you so much. So the motion before you is on the floor. All in favor, if we could throw it back on the screen. Show of hands. Thank you all so much. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. On the item? Nope, okay, so that item is complete. And again, our thanks to Deputy City Manager, Deputy Chief of Staff, sorry if I'm messing up your title, James Lapierre for joining us today as well, and we will be in future discussion for sure. We've got one more item on the agenda, folks, and we've got about 15 minutes before quorum hits us. We got CR 6.3 on the Toronto Island. So we've got staff joining us. We're really grateful to have them. I will just again point out, because of our time constraints, we'll just look for a very high-level presentation and open up to questions on the floor. Thank you so much. You're welcome to introduce yourself and your role with the team as you get started. Thank you.
Ready? Hello? Go ahead, Emily.
Okay, thank you very much, committee, and I understand this has been a very full agenda, so I appreciate your time and interest in the Toronto Island Master Plan. I will abbreviate this presentation somewhat, but happy to take questions or connect offline with any members of the committee afterwards. So my name is Annalise Zunina, and I'm a director in the Parks and Recreation Division, and I'm pleased to be bringing this presentation on the Toronto Island Master Plan to committee today. Through the approval of the plan in 2024, Council directed that we do come to this committee, and we are excited to do so with the idea of sharing information about the Toronto Island Master Plan and enhancing ways that members of the Black community across Toronto can participate in implementation of the changes and improvements to Toronto Island. And just before I advance, I would like to, as always, acknowledge the work and the support of Deputy Mayor Asma Malik as well in the work that we've done on Toronto Island. So to pick up on some themes that have come up through today's committee meeting, I'd just like to acknowledge that Toronto Island is a place like no other. We know that it is inherently tied to the city, but also a refuge from the city. I'd also like to note that it has been a place for healing and ceremony for Indigenous people since before record, and it plays an integral role and part of our significant regional ecological system for migratory birds and other flora and fauna. The island was established as a park in 1956 and has over 1.5 million visitors to it every year. You'll see on the screen through your presentation some of the highlights of Toronto Island, which make it a very unique place in the city. But given time today, I'll just leave that with you to consider when we talk about the significance of this important place. So Council adopted the Toronto Island Master Plan, as I mentioned, in 2024, and that Council decision included direction on implementation and an enhanced approach to supporting the island's ESAs, environmentally significant areas, and direction on investments related to Hanlan's Point, and a request for presentations to this committee, as I mentioned. So the Parks and Recreation Committee, Recreation Division, in collaboration with city divisions and agencies, is also working to deliver directions related to ferry passenger fleet replacements and enhancements at the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal. And we will also be key members of the Toronto Island and Inner Harbour Task Force. The Toronto Island Master Plan is a plan that was developed over several years for a well-loved place in Toronto, and in Anishinaabe-Moan, the lands have been referred to as Minising on the islands since colonial record. The city adopted a plan that recommends improvements to Toronto Island Park that are to carefully consider how to balance multiple overlapping objectives. And this includes a light touch approach that prioritizes the ecological integrity of the island, a play and explore approach to visitor experience that continues from the mainland to the island and back, and a focus on equity that honors and celebrates the deep Indigenous significance on the island, the rich 2S LGBTQ+ history, and the contemporary diversity of the island's communities' stories. Staff are currently working on a number of fronts to advance the recommendations of the Toronto Island Master Plan, and these include capital projects and changes to parks operations, programming, continued engagements as priorities are set and budgets are approved for the work on the island. So I'll briefly share the 6 goals that are part of the island that you can see in the flower-shaped icon on the screen, and they relate to revealing an Indigenous place, supporting the natural environment, enhancing visitor experience, improving access and connection, celebrating 2S LGBTQ+ significance, and elevating equity and belonging. The actions that are associated with these goals are organized as immediate, short, medium, or long-term projects, and how we are advancing these projects is defined by opportunity, their urgency, complexity, capital costs, and feedback from engaged stakeholders and the public. There are over 100 recommendations to the Toronto Island Master Plan, which will take us about 25 years to bring forward, but we are working immediately to make changes starting today to ensure that people can continue to enjoy the islands in a way that really reflects how they want to get away from the city and enjoy a day in the park. A little bit about engagement, and I've heard today so much feedback on engagement and how people are engaged, so I'll touch on this here. Over 24,000 people were engaged through the Toronto Island Master Plan, and we have posted those What We Heard reports on our website, fully transparently, including all comments received. Engagement has included First Nations, urban Indigenous communities, island residents, and others who are listed on the screen. I'll also note that agencies serving African, Caribbean, and Black communities have been invited to participate since the beginning of the Toronto Island Master Plan, and through our survey feedback, we know that about 11% of respondents have identified themselves as Black, Indigenous, or persons of color. So I will also add that we will continue to engage with groups that we reached out to through our Community Advisory Committee and continue to find ways to make it an interesting and accessible way to participate in the Toronto Island Master Plan implementation. Engagement through Toronto Island Master Plan is intended to be transparent and ongoing, and the summary reports from the 3 phases of engagement are posted on our website, as I mentioned. This slide here has some of the highlights of that feedback, which in the interest of time, again, I'll leave it to you to peruse, and I can follow up with you afterwards if you have any further questions on that. What I think is important today is how we will keep the conversation going. So our engagement throughout the implementation of the Toronto Island Master Plan will include the establishment of a working group structure. And that working group structure will provide a regular and standing format for engagement on issues related to new capital projects, interpretive strategies for the islands, improvements to visitor experience, and operation and management of Toronto Island Park. We will seek engagement with the public at large and also focused engagement with equity-deserving groups who continue to participate in projects as they're brought forward. So my colleague, Natami Stewart, who's here with me today, will be leading that engagement, supported by our Parks and Recreation Engagement Unit, and we will again be reaching out to organizations that we previously connected with and try to expand that reach to ensure that we're having a fully representative view of how the Toronto Islands can be made a welcoming, safe, and exciting place for people from all communities to visit. Our presentation had previously included a bit of a detail on some short and long-term improvements, but what I'll just focus on here today, given the time, is to highlight that we are looking at improvements across the island, spanning topics from 2S LGBTQ+ significance through to ecological sensitivity, and importantly, passenger experience improvements, and recently the introduction of bike share to the island, which has now become the most popular stations in the entire bike share network, allowing people to explore the whole island in an affordable way. Our mid and long-term projects are going to be ones that require deeper engagement with communities from across the city. So you can see some of the lists here. They speak to the long-term protection of the ecological performance of the park and also engaging people from across the city to support the creation of a marketplace at Centre Island Landing, to support four-season use and make the island a place that people can seek refuge from the city all times of year. And really, the invitation we put to you today is that there are ways to continue your engagement or to seek to become engaged with the Toronto Island Master Plan. Our community engagement website is something that will be updated as we inform it with more an ongoing deep engagement with communities from across the city. We will continue to post transparently the feedback that we receive on all of the topics that are covered through our working groups and our project-specific engagements. And at your request, we can continue to keep this committee engaged or work specifically with communities and indicate how we're doing so. And that's my abbreviated presentation today.
Thank you so much, Annalie. We're so proud to have you join us and share that information. Question from Waleed. Any other questions from members of the committee?
Thank you for being patient. Appreciate
Not at all.
you. Really,
We're happy to
we
be
have
here.
8 minutes, but I did read your presentation. It was very impactful. The level of engagement was phenomenal. So kudos on your team for doing that. I have 7 points to raise. I hope you could take this back to your team.
Yep.
The first one is regarding engagement or representation. So the presentation that you shared with us describes inclusive engagement with equity-deserving groups. It's on page 6 to 7, I believe, including agencies serving Black communities, reaching approximately 11% of respondents. So my question for you to answer, when we could do this via email, is how were Black-led organizations specifically identified, invited, and supported through this process? And can you describe any tailored feedback mechanisms that you used or adjustments made in response to the insights? Secondly, equity and placekeeping. The plan commits to elevating equity and belonging, very important, and Indigenous placekeeping. Yet CAPRAC's mandate is to confront anti-Black racism and city initiatives. So how will elevating equity concretely encompass the experiences and cultural contributions of Black communities on the island? What role might Black cultural markets, programs, or narratives play in the master plan? That's the second part. Oversight and accountability. With continued engagement through working groups and a civic lottery, which you reference on page 12, what measures are in place to ensure Black participants are not only included, but also have sustained decision-making power? Will there be disaggregated demographic tracking of working groups and clear mechanisms to hold engagement to account? When it comes to integration into citywide equity frameworks, CABRAC is part of a broader equity ecosystem, including the Toronto Action Plan and City Human Rights Policy. How does the Island Master Plan align with or contribute to citywide anti-Black racism strategies? Will the plan undergo an equity impact assessment that explicitly examines potential barriers for Black residents and visitors? On monitoring and reporting, long-term ecological, cultural, and visitor targets are referenced, but site-specific performance indicators aren't outlined. Question, will indicators related to equity and anti-Black racism, for example, representation programming, satisfaction with belonging, be measured and reported alongside ecological metrics? If so, at what frequency and through what channels? Advisor integration. Although island staff...
Sorry, I'm thinking maybe we want to, unless...
I'm just going to
read them all
phrase the
out.
questions, and then if we have time,
see what
we'll
we can get through.
them.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Although island staff will continue presentations to advisory committees, which is on page 1 and page 3, can CABRAC expect a formal role in reviewing equity strategies and implementation updates, perhaps with scheduled quarterly check-ins rather than one-off presentations? Lastly, intersections with human rights and the Anti-Racism Office at the City of Toronto. Given that this master plan involves significant cultural and accessibility aspects, has the city's Human Rights Office or anti-harassment and discrimination team been involved in advising how to combat systemic barriers? And will CABRAC receive dedicated updates on efforts to implement anti-racism recommendations in this plan? Those were my thoughts, and I know there are a lot of questions, so please don't feel pressure to answer all of them right away. I will take your contact information and follow up offline. Thank you.
I'm happy to just kind of touch on the themes that you raised about accountability and specificity around how we do our work. So I think one thing that we want to ensure is that the Black serving organizations that we reached out to through the first phases of engagement see value in continuing to participate. And so that is the work that is in front of us to make sure that we have the right organizations. They're organizations that are known to us in Parks and Recreation, and we're always happy to expand that reach where possible. Around equity and belonging, I will say that I think one of the most exciting things in front of us is the approach to the cultural narrative trail in Toronto Island Park. We know that Minising as a place of Indigenous ceremony is an enduring use of the lands, but we also know that communities have come to the island over the years and celebrated and have left their mark on the island in different ways. And we want to ensure that we're doing that in a way that respects and celebrates that presence on the island, but is also, as possible, intersectional, especially in the area of 2S LGBTQ+ identities, which are very strong in the Hanlan's Point area of the island. So those are some pieces of work in front of us, and engagement around the cultural narrative trail is something that we expect to be very, very broad indeed. Around coming back to CABR and the CABR Advisory Committee, I think the question before us is how we build in feedback from this committee into an approach that is very transparent with those who are participating and who have been invited to participate through a civic lottery and who are participating at a level more general public consultation. So I think we'll have to take that back and consider the ways to continue advising this committee. I wouldn't suggest that a quarterly update is the most reasonable, but we'll find a way of making sure this committee is aware of the work that we're doing, and where possible are invited to attend and participate in any meetings that you might feel are exciting, specifically related to the streams of work that are underway. I'll leave it at that and take the comments back that we're recording, and we're happy to respond over email with some of the specifics.
Thank you so much. Great questions, Waleed. Thank you, Annalie, for those answers. I am noting we're just right at 1 o'clock. I see Queen has a few questions. I'm hoping we will retain quorum, so I'm hoping everyone can hang at least a couple more minutes, and we'll get through our agenda. But Queen, go ahead. You've got the floor.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I was wondering, is there any plans for permanent public art on the island? And if so, are there considerations for prioritizing Black and Indigenous artists for those permanent public art structures?
Thanks for the question, Queen. I think I'll have to say, well, yes, public art is part of the plan for Toronto Islands. How we express that public art, either through standalone installations or through the cultural heritage work that we're doing with the cultural narrative trail, is still a subject for engagement. And so through the plan, elevating Indigenous voices and presence on the island and revealing it as an Indigenous place is a prioritized action, and as is finding a way to ensure that everyone who visits the island feels that the way it's managed and the way it's improved is reflective of community and cultural values. So yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll also be reaching out to you via email.
Thank you, Queen.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll just do a quick final call if there was any other burning questions for the team. Rosemary, please jump on in. Go ahead, you've got 5 minutes. Sorry, Rosemary, we just need you to unmute. And then we're good to go. And Karis, can you just confirm? I think I saw your hand pop up. Did you want to? Okay, right after Rosemary. Go ahead, Rosemary.
Don't need 5 minutes. Quick comment. I think that in terms of cultural narratives, the African Canadian community is frequently overlooked or diminished. And it seems to me that something quite major that took place in the city of Toronto spilled over to Toronto Island, and that was the phenomenon of caravana. So I hope that in your cultural narratives discussions, you will have mention of that, and also of other possible African Canadian connections to the island. Thank you.
Absolutely. Would not overlook that, and thank you for that feedback.
Wonderful. Thanks, Rosemary. And Karis, go ahead.
I just have a mundane question. What do you mean by civic lottery? I'm not sure what that means.
Yes, sure. A civic lottery is a way that is to help select a representative group of people to participate in a consultation process. And so what we do is we issue through mail invitations for people to participate, and we select members of the public at large based on a representative demographic of the city, or if it's a more localized project, of the area in which the project is located. And then we will balance that, of course, with very involved stakeholders who have other experience on the island, but it's just, or related to the project. But the purpose of doing this is a way to ensure that voices that may often get overlooked or spoken over have a formalized seat at the table that is reserved and established for representatives of that group.
Thank you so much.
Great questions. Well, thank you everybody for a wonderful dialogue. Thank you again to our friends and colleagues at managing the master plan over at Toronto Island. It sounds like committee members will definitely be reaching out and look forward to keeping the dialogue going. Can I have a motion to receive this item for information? Anybody want to move a motion? Thank you, May. I'm putting forward a motion to receive. All in favor, show of hands. Any opposed? That carries. I do want to take a quick moment before we, and thank you again, Annalie, for joining us. Before we conclude today's meeting, I want to acknowledge Shannon Lawrence, who's also resigned from the committee recently. That might come through more formally the next time we convene, but we want to just acknowledge Shannon's contributions to the committee and thank them and wish, of course, the best of luck for future endeavors. And so with that being said, we did it, guys. We made it through. First one as me chair in person, so hopefully it wasn't too painful for you all. We'll keep learning and growing and getting better as we go. But we will need a motion to, I think that's it actually. No. Yeah, so from here. That concludes our business today, folks. Thank you so much. We are adjourned, and we look forward to seeing you again. Have a happy and safe summer, and keep on keeping on. See you guys out there. Thank you.
Great job.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Great job. Amber, look out for an email from me.